You're first. Don't let White Angel see you. She'll bump you right out of there. Let me see. I want to make sure that I am live here. Let's see. Hope that you're staying warm. It's 5 degrees now over here. And not sure what the wind chill is. There was no school today, Martin Luther King Day, and the kids went ice fishing. And they went sledding, and the cold, they're oblivious to it. So, reason. What is it?
It said 11:58 you're supposed to go on.
It says 11:58? No.
Yes, that's what it said.
10:30.
On the thumbnail. It said 11:58.
No, look, you're
Scheduled for 11:58.
You're wrong. 10:30. Yeah. Okay. It's fine. Okay. Jimmy's saying that his thumbnail said 11:58. I don't know why it says 10:30 here on mine. Who knows, right? Okay. Anyway, today we're going to talk about Audrey Cunningham. Now, do you remember Audrii Cunningham Case? She's the little girl who that family friend took her to the bus stop. Remember that guy? If you see his face, you'll probably remember him. At first, I got her mixed up with the little girl that was taken from the campground in New York, but no, this guy, this is in Texas, and he took her to the bus stop. Well, it was supposedly to take her to the bus stop, and he killed her instead. Then he tried to sell an SUV, so we're going to talk about that now. I don't know if Scooter is being Highlander, being from Indiana, is familiar with Dakota Levi Stevens case. It's a horrendous case. The foster mother sat on the boy, and she was charged with reckless homicide. Scooter, you know that case? And then we've talked about that other case before, but that Florida children's book, easily distracted, Florida children's book author and her engineer husband sentenced for the abuse of their 3 adopted children. So we're going to talk about that. And well, I'll tell you when we get to that case. And then I want to tell you something. You know what, Scooter? Maybe we'll do a deep dive when we're done with these to make you happy and to find out what the heck this is about. Scooter had me watching this, was it in Valparaiso? Oh, wow. Really? Yikes. Okay, we'll look into it. But after this, and I'm just going to throw the name out there, Cleo Watts the third. Does anybody know who that is? You can't answer it, Scooter, because we know you know who it is. But Scooter decided that Kevin, and Debbie D would watch this deposition, and it was funny because this guy was, well, he's supposedly, allegedly, a doctor, a welder, a security guard, president and CEO of several companies, a gold miner, all these things. But he says he only has an Associate's of Science, and then he went to the Caribbean for med school, but he missed the white coat ceremony, which was in the DR, the Dominican Republic, because he didn't need that. He didn't want to go there. He had enough of those. Like, when did you have enough of them? So doing a little bit of a small deep dive on him brought us to a couple other things. So after we get through these, maybe we will see who this guy is. And I don't know how he came up in Scooter's feed. And then I started getting like all these people on depositions. Okay, but let's see. Right now, I'm going to switch to Dakota Levi Stevens, and we're going to go over that right now. Okay. So this is the foster mother. And this case revolves around she was, let me do the little math, I believe 364 pounds. Let me do 154 kilograms. Let me just do that conversion real fast. Okay, 339.5 pounds. And she's been sentenced to 6 years in prison after she killed her 10-year-old by sitting on him. She's identified as Jennifer Lee Wilson, 48 years old. She sat on Dakota Levi Stevens last April as he was acting up, and she pled guilty to reckless homicide. She sat on him for 5 minutes. Now, the judge, Michael Bergenson, ordered Ms. Wilson to serve the maximum sentence of 6 years in a state correctional facility. The final year of the sentence has been suspended, meaning that she can spend the last year of her sentence on probation. Senior Judge Michael Bergenson said, okay, let me see. According to the court documents, this woman, Jennifer Lee Wilson, reported to the police that Dakota had thrown himself to the ground at her house and that she had laid on his midsection and called his caseworker. She continued by saying that she laid on him for about 5 minutes, at which point he stopped moving. She thought he was lying, faking it. She stated that when she attempted to stop him from leaving, she doesn't know if she tackled him or they fell to the ground. However, her intention was to hold him. After officers got to the house in Valparaiso, yes, you're right, Scooter, Porter County, they found the little boy was not breathing and had no pulse. They also found bruising on his lower neck and chest. He had significant trauma and was transported to South Bend Hospital. However, 2 days later, he was declared dead, with the doctors terming it homicide due to mechanical asphyxia. The autopsy revealed that little Dakota was 4 foot 10 inches tall and weighed only 40 kilograms. Let me do the quick math on that one. 40 kilograms. 88 pounds. So he's 4 foot 10 and weighed 88 pounds. While the woman was 4 foot 11. She was 4 foot 11. She was 1 inch taller than him, but she weighed 339 pounds. A neighbor told police that 30 minutes before the incident, that little Dakota ran to her house and asked if she could adopt him. Isn't that horrible? He ran to her house and asked the lady if she could adopt him. According to documents, he was allegedly struck in the face and was prevented from calling his caseworker by his foster parents. That lady must feel awful. Hang on a minute, let me see what else. And she only gets 6 years? I don't even understand that. How does she only get 6 years? Let me see here. Wilson's neighbor said the boy had run to her house that day and asked her to adopt him because his parents hit him and did not let him call his caseworker. So what did that woman do? What did she do? I mean, wow, come on. The neighbor said Wilson then came to take the boy back. The neighbor told police she didn't see any signs of injury on the boy at the time. Wilson told the police that her son was still acting up and threw himself on the ground, saying he was leaving, at which point she laid on his midsection. Wilson said she asked Dakota if he was ready to get up and asked, "Are you faking?" Then she rolled him over and saw that his eyelids were pale, and she began CPR and called 911. Wow. I don't understand how she only gets 6 years. Poor kid. Wow. Wow. Trying to see if there was. Yeah, that's really sad. So she only gets 6 years in the last year. That's crazy. Okay, on to. That's terrible. That poor little kid. Audrey. Another case. Another case that happened last February of 2024. Let me get Audrey's picture up here. Okay. Why does some of the pictures come so big, some so small? That's Audrey. She was 11 years old. Her body was found in a river in Texas. And she died from homicidal violence that included blunt head trauma, according to the medical examiner's office. And Don Stephen McDougal, who was 42 years old, is a family friend who authorities say was supposed to be taking Audrey to the school bus stop the day she disappeared, and he is the one that is charged with a capital murder. Authorities named him as a person of interest early in the investigation, and he was charged with her death after authorities announced that Audrey's body had been found in the Trinity River in a rural area north of Houston, not far from where she lived. Okay, so here's some background on the case. On February 15th, at about 5:30 p.m., Audrey's family reported her missing. After she didn't come home from school, they thought she was in school. Investigators discovered that she never got on the school bus that morning. Authorities have said she lived with her father, grandparents, and other relatives in Livingston near the shore of Lake Livingston. McDougal lived on the same property in a camper. See, this is why I get his case mixed up with the girl that was taken from that state park up in New York. The day that Audrey went missing, she left her home in his vehicle. The justice of the peace who released the complaint did not know if McDougal had hired an attorney. This is back then, okay, because we're going back. But said he indicated he did not want a court-appointed lawyer. Audrey's body was found in the Trinity River, about 10 miles from her house. So this guy lived in a camper in the back. A large rock was tied to her body with a rope. The primary cause of death was homicidal violence, including blunt head trauma. Polk County Sheriff Byron Lyons said that there was substantial evidence, including cell phone data, that was used to help identify places to look, and also the complaint said that the rope used to tie the large rock to Audrey's body was consistent with rope that was seen in McDougal's vehicle. A backpack that was allegedly Audrey's was found Friday. This is back in February of 2024, near the Lake Livingston Dam. That lake is one of the state's largest reservoirs and was created with a dam on the Trinity River. During the search for Audrey, McDougal was arrested on February 16th on an unrelated charge of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. That complaint alleges that he stabbed a man last summer. Court records from Brazoria County, which is south of Houston, show that McDougal pleaded no contest in 2008 to 2 felony counts of enticing a child and was sentenced to 2 years in prison. And yet they had this man living in a camper behind the house and allowing him to take Audrey to the bus stop. But there's more, because he tried to get rid of his SUV. I'm just going to put some of that. And let me show you McDougal, because this is where she was found. Okay, this McDougal guy, he looks like somebody else too that was a YouTube creator to me. I don't know, but he's not the same person. Let me get him up here so you can see. Okay, here we go. This guy right over here. So he was living in a camper behind their house where she was living, and apparently he was allowed to take her to the bus stop. And, you know, his father trusted him. I don't know why. I believe he did know of his past, but let's see here. Don Stephen McDougal, the family friend, is now charged with capital murder. This was back again in February of 2024, almost a year ago, according to court documents. McDougal, who was already in jail in connection with an unrelated assault case, was ordered to be held without bond. Video footage and cell phone data places McDougal at 3 locations of interest, including along the Trinity River, where Audrey's body was recovered. Investigators say McDougal had agreed to take the girl to the school bus stop on the morning that she disappeared, but she never arrived at the bus stop. She never got on the bus. She never was in school. A sheriff's deputy said there's evidence McDougal lied about his whereabouts and his activities on that day, February 15th, 2024. I just thought about that little girl. Was it Faye, the one that disappeared in South Carolina? Her mother had just had a baby. She went outside and that other neighbor grabbed her. Remember that case? I don't know why I think that happened on the same timeline. A large rock was found tied around Audrey's body where her remains were discovered. The rope was consistent with rope that was observed in his vehicle when they had a traffic stop with him. Audrey's family thought McDougal was just taking the girl down the street to the bus stop when they left the home that Thursday morning, but she never made it on the school bus or into her classroom. And a bag resembling her bright red Hello Kitty backpack was found near a local dam. Audrey's body was found in the Trinity River downstream from the reservoir near where the backpack was found. It was one of several locations McDougal told investigators he had gone around the time of her disappearance. The condition of Audrey's remains was not being released. Let me see here. McDougal joined the search efforts. See, this is what they do. And was seen knocking on neighborhood doors and asking if anyone had seen Audrey. But Lyons did not believe his efforts were genuine. To me, it simply tells me that he's trying to give the appearance that he has no play or he's not at fault in her disappearance and that he's part of the concerned parties who were trying to locate her, he said. In the days after Audrey vanished, McDougal claimed in several social media comments that he was not guilty of her disappearance and had done nothing wrong. "I'm not guilty," he put on a comment on his Facebook page. On the Facebook page True Crime Society, the day Audrey was reported missing. "I was there and was questioned. I'm not running or hiding," he wrote again. "I have done everything I can to help find her. I have done nothing wrong." McDougal has a lengthy criminal history dating back to at least 2003 with convictions for violent crimes and one for enticing a child. In 2007, he was convicted of enticing a child in Brazoria County, Texas. The court records show that he pled no contest, and he was sentenced to 2 years in prison but was given credit for 527 days. He was also convicted in 2010 and 2019 for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. And one of those was from him attacking his former coworker. Well, he said his former coworker attacked him after being thrown out of his house. He showed up with some other friends that I had. McDougal started stabbing the door before coming back inside. He came at me with the knife, and I had my shotgun, and I hit him in the face with it. I had no idea he was that kind of person. That aggravated assault case led to a 4-year prison sentence. Audrey's loved ones are grappling with not just the agony of her death, but also a criminal investigation and the suspect being once considered a family friend. Okay, so now let's go to the plea deal and the victim's impact statements that he took, now that you have the background on that, okay? So let's go to his plea deal. Okay, he has accepted a plea deal for a life sentence without the possibility of parole. When McDougal entered the courtroom, he had a freshly shaven, bald head and a groomed red goatee. He was dressed in black and white prison jumpsuit. He remained shackled and handcuffed. He was seen rolling his neck, but he never looked at or spoke to Audrey's family. The only time he addressed the court was to answer the judge. McDougal accepted the plea agreement voluntarily. He pled guilty to count 2 of capital murder. The state abandoned count 1 and explained that while additional evidence could have been presented to make their case stronger, it was not disclosed to the defense. The state prosecutor also noted that McDougal had 4 other pending cases which were dismissed as part of the plea deal. The prosecutor emphasized that the dismissals were not due to a lack of evidence, but because the penalties for those charges would not have increased the severity of McDougal's life sentence. During the emotional hearing, Audrey's family members delivered emotional victims' impact statements addressing McDougal directly and expressing their profound pain and loss that they have endured since Audrey's death. Audrey's father, Josh Cunningham, struggled to speak through his grief, often pausing to regain his composure. Fighting back tears, he described his daughter as the smartest, sweetest little girl, saying, "She gave my family purpose, and you stole that from me." He closed his statement by saying, "I hope you have a very short life sentence." Julie, Audrey's aunt, was visibly emotional and cried throughout her entire statement. She reflected on the joy that Audrey brought to her life. Hold on a second. Don't you go on there. Calling the day she first held her niece the best day of her life. Through tears, she said, "Because of you, we were forced to search desperately. Because of you, we had to bury our precious little girl. Because of you, we saw our community come together." Julie concluded the statement by telling McDougal, "There's no punishment severe enough for the things that you have done." Tabitha Munch, Audrey's grandmother, also delivered a heart-wrenching statement, sobbing heavily as she spoke. She referred to her granddaughter as their little angel and told McDougal, "You took away the life of our little angel. Your punishment in this life will never fit the crime. Nothing will ever bring her back, and that's your fault." Through her tears, she added, "May you rot in hell." Philip Munch, Audrey's grandfather, expressed a combination of heartbreak and anger, describing McDougal as a monster, pretending to be her friend, who violated her trust. He called Audrey a very talented and happy young lady who brightened the lives of all around her. He recounted how his family had offered McDougal friendship, love, and even a place to live. "May you burn in the eternity and the flames of hell." In a written statement, Polk County Criminal District Attorney Shelley Bush Sighton addressed the reasoning behind the plea deal and highlighted the collaborative effort that brought the case to resolution. And I quote, it said, the Polk County District Attorney's Office is announcing that Don Stephen McDougal has accepted responsibility for his actions in the kidnapping and murder of Audrey Cunningham. Don Stephen McDougal will spend the rest of his life... Hold on a minute, my thing just jumped. 1 second. Sorry. Will spend the rest of his life behind bars without the opportunity to appeal or seek parole. The agreement reflects the gravity of the offenses committed and ensures the safety of our children, of our community, and our children. She acknowledged that some may question why the death penalty was not pursued in this case. She explained that under Texas law, prosecutors are limited in seeking the death penalty in cases where the defendant has documented intellectual and developmental disabilities. After intense and diligent review of the law and medical records, the determination was made that Don Stephen McDougal was not eligible for the death penalty sentence under the existing law. This resolution ensures that McDougal is punished to the fullest extent available under the law and spares the family the emotional toll of a prolonged trial and appeal process. The district attorney emphasized the collective effort involved in the case, which included the Polk County Sheriff's Office, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Texas Department of Public Safety, and other agencies. The plea represents the culmination of months of diligent work by prosecutors, law enforcement, and support staff, Sighton said. The Polk County District Attorney's Office would like to thank everyone involved for their hard work and dedication on this case to bring justice for Audrey. Okay, so now we're going to go to let me just make sure everything is still going on in the live. Okay, hello, Heart Made Wise. Hi, Slam RN. I'm lagging behind. You all, that lady was from Valparaiso? Yes, Slam RN. She was from Valparaiso. You didn't hear about it? Isn't that interesting that you didn't hear about it, right? Hi, Team Abby. Team Abby said he tried to lure Audrey's mother to her death, so it would appear that she ran off with Audrey. Wow, Team Abby. Let me see what you're saying. He tried to lure Audrey's mother to her death? You mean after he killed Audrey, he tried to lure her mother to her death, so it would appear that she ran off with Audrey. Right, and isn't there also something where he tried to dispose of that SUV or something, right? The paternal family members are complicit, you're saying? I don't know about that, but he tried to lure. Will I find something about that? Let me see if I can find anything about that. Let's see. Okay, let me see here. All right, here's something, let's see. She was perfection. Cassie Matthews, Audrey's mother. Oh, I remember, yeah, Cassie Matthews, that name, that was really, because I did cover this then, and now I think I remember something about the mother, and there was a whole bunch of disputes, right, of stuff. She was perfection. Cassie Matthews, Audrey's mother, said about her daughter at a vigil held the day after Audrey's body was found. Family and friends gathered for the vigil wearing purple and carrying purple balloons as they prayed. Trying to see. Hang on a minute. There's something here. According to the Polk County Jail records, Don Stephen McDougal, who was arrested on February 16th. I'm going to make this font a little bit bigger here. For unrelated aggravated assault charges, is now also facing capital murder charges for the death of recently deceased 11-year-old Audrey Cunningham. She was reported missing last Thursday after she reportedly did not make it to her bus stop and was the subject of a large-scale search near Lake Livingston. Her body was discovered in the Trinity River. Additionally, an arrest affidavit states that cell phone data, video footage, and other forensic evidence led investigators to determine that McDougal lied regarding his whereabouts on Thursday, February 15th. The affidavit also states that Audrey's body was found with a large rock tied to it. The rope used is allegedly consistent with rope in McDougal's vehicle that they observed in a traffic stop 2 days prior. Okay, let's see here. I thought I heard something about him trying to sell or get rid of that vehicle. Let's see here. Audrey lived with her father and his mother. They were not keen on letting Cassie, Audrey's mother, see her daughter. The father was friends with the current suspect, who's now been convicted, took a plea deal in her death. Don Stephen McDougal, the 42-year-old man who lived in a trailer behind the family's house and would sometimes drive Audrey to the bus stop or to school if she missed the bus. He has a lengthy criminal history. When Audrey was missing, it was her mother who came out to speak to the media and plead for her daughter's safe return. her mother. I want my baby returned. Holding herself together quite bravely, Cassie Matthews was visibly upset while pleading her case to the media, being the face of motherly concern that would hopefully appeal to anyone with any knowledge to come forward. By her side, she had what was believed to be her fiancé offering his support. Audrey's parents are divorced. Online discussions have been very judgmental of the whole ordeal, some implying that the situation was preventable. In a way, it was. McDougal should never have access to Audrey, much less the two of them alone, but that was seemingly outside Cassie's control, who had a hard time being allowed to see her own daughter. However, there's a tendency to... What are you doing? Good night, I love you. However, there is a tendency to jump to conclusions and cast judgment without too much reflection on truly attempting to put oneself place there. Let's see. So a family friend, another family friend, not the one that even had to come forward to request that people stop the harmful online chatter. Okay. Cassie began her speech at the vigil by thanking everyone for their love and support at this most tragic time. She said that she was beyond blessed to have given birth to such perfection, such an amazing little girl. With all the candle flames in everyone's thoughts and prayers, Cassie expressed that she was hopeful that Audrey could be able to see how much she was loved from wherever she is. Later, Cassie Matthews was interviewed by Nancy Grace, and she explained that she was used to a lot of crazy things from that family. She told Nancy Grace, "I don't understand how they put so much effort in keeping Audrey from me, but they couldn't put the same effort knowing the people that they had around her," referring to, of course, the suspect in the little girl's untimely death. When McDougal told her he was Audrey's babysitter, Cassie stated it was an instant red flag for her. However, she also alluded to the fact that McDougal was a manipulator, as he played on the fact that she was desperate to see her daughter and thus would even send her pictures and the like. But despite all this, Cassie still had a sinking feeling that something was wrong. Her fiancé told her from the get-go not to associate with this McDougal guy. But Cassie wanted to know why a man nobody knows was being left alone with her 11-year-old daughter. Audrey's father could have chosen anyone else and it would have been okay. Instead, he chose a man. After a glance at his record, anyone should know not to trust him with any children. Cassie said, "Knowing what I know now," referring to a message McDougal sent, saying he wanted to take both mother and daughter to a fishing trip to the river, "I feel like he did something to Audrey before he even messaged me. If I would have went, he would have what? Gotten rid of me as well? And then it would have been chalked up to I kidnapped my daughter and I ran away with her, and people would have forever been looking for two people that don't exist." The most gut-wrenching part of the interview was when Nancy Grace asked Cassie Matthews whether she thought McDougal had already done something immoral and nefarious to her daughter before the day of her disappearance. Cassie Matthews got visibly choked up, and she said that she hadn't found out that Audrey's pants were on the riverbank until she watched Nancy Grace's interview with Tim Miller, the man who found her body. Cassie also claimed she had no idea McDougal was living right behind the house where Audrey lived until she made the Facebook post and people started commenting. As horrible as this is, it appears the case and investigation are on the right track to achieve justice for little Audrey. Okay, and that's what he took the plea deal to. So, yeah, that's very tragic and very sad. Let's see if, so yeah, I now I see what you mean by trying to lure her. Thank you for letting us know about that so we could update with that. Okay, so let me see. Team Abby. And thanks for coming in, Team Abby. Let's see. We have easily distracted. Christine F. Hi. Jen Grill. Hello there. Jen Grill, did you ever get those messages in Slack? Ray Story. Rad Story. Hello there. Our little Abby is in a similar living situation as Audrey. Well, Abby, if you want to send me some information, I would be happy to talk about what's going on, if that's what you're looking for, to get that out, to get the story out there. If you want my email, if you just put a exclamation and email, Nightbot will give you my email address, and you can send me any information. And if you want to come on and talk about it, we can arrange a time for that too. All right. Hi, Heart Made Wise, little lady. Okay. The paternal family. I hear that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Hello, Kevin Leonard. Yeah, you got it, Kevin. All right. So now, so let me know about that, Team Abby. I'd be happy to help you with that. Okay, let's go to this Florida. Okay, here we go. All right. Sorry, I'm just... Okay. Just trying to close some tabs here just so I don't have too much stuff that's conflicting and getting in the way. And then we are going to go over that Cleo. So stay tuned for that. We'll do a deep dive on that. But let me just get this, okay? Now, I want to say something about these pictures. So Jennifer Wolfthal and Joseph Wolfthal pled guilty to 3 counts each of child abuse and neglect. Now, this is supposed to be a couple. Does anybody think that they look eerily like the same person? Look at her eyes, nose. His nose looks like it's broken here, or bruised. Look at that. Doesn't that look like something? Am I dreaming, or does that... Okay, you let me know. A Florida children's author and her husband, who's allegedly an engineer, pled guilty to abusing and neglecting their 3 children, with one girl ending up hospitalized, and we have reported on this before, in critical condition due to multiple organ failures. She was 8 years old and weighed only 40 pounds. The children were beaten with an instrument called a whacker. They were confined and prohibited from speaking to one another. Jennifer Wolfthal, 45 years old, a children's book author known for A Real Friend, and her husband, 43-year-old Joseph Wolfthal, an engineer at Lockheed Martin, both pleaded guilty earlier this week to 3 counts each of child abuse and child neglect. One of the children described a life in which she was isolated from everyone, including her siblings, spending almost all of her time locked alone in her bedroom. The search warrant, written by the Seminole County Sheriff Deputy Sean R. Platter, said 2 of the children also reported being sent to bed as punishment with cold water poured over them and left to sleep in that condition overnight. As part of their punishments, the children were forced to write sentences. Investigators learned a search of the home revealed over 1,100 paragraphs repeating, "My body stays flat on the bed at all times. I was never given permission to move or say anything. Now I get to write about this along with everything else. I'm a fool." The couple was arrested in 2021 after their 8-year-old daughter was hospitalized. In addition to multiple organ failure, she was diagnosed with sepsis, a staph infection, black eyes, open wounds, scabs, pneumonia, and malnutrition. The other children were also hospitalized, I can't believe that's already been 2021, for malnutrition and bruises after a welfare check at the couple's home in Castleberry, Florida. The children had been adopted, according to arrest reports. Platter's reports noted the children were too afraid to leave their room at night to use the bathroom, which led to accidents. One child claimed she had not been bathed in months and was only fed a mixture of cereal and vegetable puree, often not having her first meal until late afternoon. Obviously, they were homeschooled. Okay, so let's take a little bit of a deeper... Okay, so she's the author of A Real Friend. She's going to be sentenced to 12 years in prison, while her husband is going to be sentenced to 10 years in prison, according to this plea agreement. The plea and sentencing agreement ensures that the Wolfthals will spend significant time in prison while it protects the already traumatized victims from the stress of having to testify, said a spokesperson for the state attorney's office in Florida's 18th Judicial Circuit. State attorney's office made sure law enforcement and the children's new guardian supported this sentence before they agreed to it. The investigation into the couple was launched in 2021 after the 8-year-old adopted daughter was brought to the hospital with organ failure, unconscious and covered in injuries. The couple also had 2 other adopted children, a 9-year-old and an 11-year-old. Due to the height and weight of the girl, it is not likely that the swollen bruise on the back of her head and the laceration on her lip and the broken tooth were caused by off-balance falls. And this is her plea agreement. It is, if my plea is guilty, I hereby acknowledge that I am in fact guilty of the foregoing offenses. When asked by the judge, provide the factual basis to support my plea. If my plea is no contest, and she has that no contest, she has that crossed out. I believe such plea is in my best interest and recognize that the judge will find me guilty after being provided a factual basis. The state of Florida and I have agreed upon the following sentence to be imposed as a condition of this plea. A plea of guilty to counts 4 through 9, counts 4 through 6, AG 12 years, DOC, FB 2 years, CC, FB 10 years, probation, special conditions of supervision, prohibition of any contact with the victims directly or indirectly, including using a third person, a prohibition on working for pay or as a volunteer at any place where children regularly congregate, including but not limited to schools, child care facilities, parks, playgrounds, pet stores, libraries, zoos, theme parks, churches, hospitals, a requirement that the probationer or community controlee make restitution to the victim as ordered by the court under that for all necessary medical and related professional services relating to physical, psychiatric, and psychological care with amount to be determined at later date as care is ongoing. JS with the co-defendant submission to a warrantless search by the community control or probation officer of the probationer's or community controllee person, residence, or vehicle. Complete a psychological evaluation with the DOC, approved mental health professional, and follow up with all rec treatment, $1,331.11 cost of investigations to SCSO, and $100 cost of prosecution court costs. Okay, so she just goes on to this. She understands about the plea. She understands she's pleading guilty or no contest. Here it says, I don't, is that? That's weird, because that says something else about, let's see. All right, let's go over here. When the girl was in the hospital, investigators visited the family home and said they found the two other children with symptoms of malnourishment, bruises, and lack of care. Police said the children's bedrooms had their doorknobs installed backwards with the locks on the outside, and additional searches of the home found more than 1,100 written paragraphs that we talked about there. This was apparently the book that she wrote, A Real Friend, like she's writing that, right? I wonder what this illustrator has to say, A Real Friend. The book is still for sale on Amazon, but reviewers have been filling the comments with links to news articles about the allegations against the author. Authorities also shared that all three of the Wolfthal's adopted children were subjected to other horrifying tales of abuse. The children were moved to live with another family. Hold on one second. There's some news about Susan Smith.
I had a letter from a woman,
That's her in jail. Hold on a minute. So let me get, hold on one second. Let's put her here. And it says that South Carolina killer mom Susan Smith told an unknown male over the phone from prison that she wouldn't talk to the media just weeks before she was ultimately disciplined behind bars for doing just that. The 53-year-old was denied parole on November 20th after spending 30 years incarcerated, a decision that was made after she was found guilty of speaking with a documentary filmmaker, which was against prison rules. Susan Smith was charged with communicating with a victim and or witness of a crime on August 26th, and she was convicted on October 3rd. Christy Shane, Director of Communications with the South Carolina Department of Corrections, said this. Less than 2 weeks before being charged with the incident, Smith told a male prison caller on August 13th that she got a letter from a woman who said she worked with a national media outlet, and she said, "I've already thrown it away, so I can't even read it to you." When asked what the letter was about, she responded, "They just wanted to talk with me, the same thing like most of them. They want to give me a platform to tell my story. I wouldn't talk to them even if I could." She then mentioned another letter she received. She said, "I did get a letter from some guy in California, but all he said was, 'Hi, you don't know me, and I've never done this before. Care to talk?' That was it. Just one line. It was handwritten. It was kind of odd," she said. "It's probably going in the trash, too." In a previous phone call, it seemed with the same male caller, she discussed the Freedom of Information Act. The very same month, she was charged after having conversations with a filmmaker. Her first disciplinary action in almost 10 years. In their conversations, Smith and the filmmaker discussed conducting an interview and even filming for a documentary and ways to get paid for it. They also spoke about Smith's crime in depth and the events leading up to it and after it, including details like what was in the trunk of the car when it went into the water, and her plans to jump from a bridge while holding the boys, but one woke up. South Carolina inmates are not allowed to do interviews on the telephone or in person, but they may write letters. She agreed to provide the filmmaker with contact information for family, friends, and victims, including her former husband. The filmmaker deposited money into her account for calls in Canteen, which indicated the filmmaker's name. South Carolina, D.C. inmates are issued tablets that are secured for correctional use. The tablets can be used to make monitored telephone calls and to send monitored electronic messages. They are considered a privilege. The department will determine when and if inmate Smith will earn the opportunity to be issued a tablet again. She strapped her sons, 3-year-old Michael and 14-month-old Alexander. Hold on. Let me put this here. "14-month-old Alexander into the back seat of her car and let it roll down a ramp into John D. Long Lake in Union, South Carolina. She was 22 years old at the time, and she watched as it took 6 minutes for the car to fill with water, to drown her boys, and sink to the bottom of the lake. She was convicted for the murders of her 2 children on July 22, 1995. And though prosecutors argued that Smith should receive the death penalty, she was ultimately sentenced to life in prison. Interesting. Okay. So now we're going to go to, yeah, I know. My Michael was the same age, and his name is Michael Christopher Alexander, and it was, oh my gosh, my mother, everybody was so upset about this whole case. I remember it so clearly. Hi, little lady, Captain Lee. They look like siblings, those people, right? What is that? All right, so we're going to go over something. So, Scooter, for those of you that just came in, Scooter was telling me about this Cleo Watts the third. This guy we were watching this crazy deposition about right before I came on tonight. I just started to do a little bit of research and came across some stuff. And I don't know what it is that brings this deposition. It has millions and millions of views. And it's not something new, okay? But, so I thought, well, let's go see. Yeah, I know, Captain Lee fan, right? You had your boys around the same age and cry. Yeah, we were so upset, and it was around my daughter's first Holy Communion, and we were doing one of the penance meetings, and a bunch of mothers and I were in there talking about it, and the nun came over and she said, you know, we were all saying that we wanted some time alone with Susan Smith, and she said, you know, we have to pray for her, and you know, and a lot of us didn't understand that right at that moment. We were just so upset about what she did to those little boys, and then, you know, for what reason, and then acted like someone else did something, and oh my gosh, yeah, it was outrage. Okay, let's go on and look at this guy over here. I'm going to pull him up. Okay, let's do this. Okay, let's see what this is. Come on, be nice. Be nice. All right, so I'm going to Cleo Watts the third. Let me get his picture up here. Okay. All right, so it's a $5 million fraud. Cleo Watts III of Dallas and his company, Indico Systems, I feel like we've had something else, Resources, defrauded investors of $5.3 million. And isn't this funny where you're talking about frauds and stuff, right? $5.3 million for gold dust from Ghana, never buying any gold dust and spending the money on himself. So let's see what this is, okay? See what we can find out. I'm trying to find out why it is so viewed. Okay. All right. So the deposition of Cleo Watts III, a con artist who claims to be a doctor, a welder, a bouncer, a chemist, and a gold miner, while having a 160 IQ. And yes, he's dyslexic. He can't spell, he says. It takes him, I don't know how long he doesn't put anything in writing because it takes him an extremely long time to write anything. And he doesn't use email much except to forward jokes. Someone said if you have not listened to the full thing, you should when driving or in bed. The dude comes up with the most elaborate lies, and the lawyer knows way more than Cleo realizes. He sets him up just to call him out on his lies. Cleo at one point justifies his $300,000 private jet with friends by saying he was forced back on the plane after his gold was replaced by a fake identical box at the airport. The guy defrauded a few people for a few $1 million, claiming to be able to get gold dust from Africa and providing a huge return for investors. None of what he said was real. He hasn't been able to pay rent for over a year, and his mother was helping pay for medical expenses and his truck. Let's see. Some of these depositions are a hoot. If you want to hear the worst BSer ever, check out the deposition of Apostle David Taylor. That POS set up a ministry where he laundered money, and he bought Louis Vuitton suits, 3 cars, get that down, Scooter, Apostle David Taylor. A $2.5 million house, paid the rents for various women, and sent the IRS a tax return saying his salary was $27K. Someone said, save this for sometime when you're working on something else and you need some background noise. If you have something to go back and forth with, it's highly entertaining. It was only a civil case, so he has a financial judgment against him. The plaintiffs are trying to find out where Watts hid their money. Someone said the interview is highly entertaining because he only doesn't know proper nouns when they would be people or places that could be checked. When he's talking about certain people or things that are out of the country, he's a well of proper nouns and corrects the deposing attorney constantly. The guy needs to tell me where my leprechaun is. Okay, let's see. Someone said, this is one of the most elaborate and bizarre fraudster con artists I've ever seen. And I've seen a lot. I think he actually believed he was the CEO of some big international development corporation and that he could do business in Africa. The funniest part was when he hired what looked like a private Gulfstream jet at $300K for him and his security to pick up 1.4 kilograms of gold ore. When asked if he could fly commercial to Africa, he said not really. When probed on the cost, he said 2 to 3K. He's a total liar, but the ability to create convoluted stories and narrative under pressure is pretty impressive. The reality is he was driving a beat-up old pickup truck, fixing his mom and people's PCs, and the banks had told him to F off His letter to Bank of America to reassure them he was a genuine corporation with interest in Africa is totally bizarre. Any bank reading that would be impressed. He still has a LinkedIn profile. I did see that. And hold on a sec. Okay. Oh boy. The final judgment of the case was Watts was responsible for restitution and damages of over $22 million to Sledge. But did he ever go to prison for all of this? This is a monster fraud case. We're not talking about $5,000. How did he not get prison time? She read all of the course. Okay, let's see. This is a mockery of the justice system. I don't see any place that he got jail time for this. He screwed people out of their money, declared bankruptcy. They froze whatever assets he had. And from what I've read, it was only a used pickup truck that his mother gave to him. Okay, let's see. Cleo Watts. Let's see this. There's a 6-hour deposition of Cleo Watts. It happened in the Western District of Tennessee in August of 2015. Watts told investors he was an experienced importer of gold dust and that he owned a refinery in Dallas, Texas, and that their funds would be used. Hold on a minute. I'm sorry, hold on a second. And that their funds would be used to purchase and refine gold dust from Africa in order to generate substantial returns in the United States. Well, of course, nobody got any returns. How many happy returns of the day? They didn't get any. And he postponed telling the investors grandiose stories about hijackings, theft, issues, challenges, enabling him to coerce more money out of them. He defrauded his clients out of $5.3 million, and he spent that on himself. To defend himself, he says that he's dyslexic with memory problems. He never puts anything in writing. He claims he's a wealthy gold merchant, but refers to bullion as bullion, and he keeps referring to monies. The straight shooting attorney in the deposition is Anthony. This is the guy whose channel we watched on. Pietrangelo from Dallas, Texas. The lawsuit resulted in a $22 million judgment against him. So, yeah. Let's see. And that other guy that they mentioned, Scooter, the deposition of the apostle. The apostle Taylor of JMMI Ministries in St. Louis, Missouri. He is being questioned about his claims that he was visited personally by Jesus and cured people of blindness and AIDS. She also asks about his cars, a BMW, Mercedes, Bentley, and a Range Rover. His clothing bills, $6,000 at Louis Vuitton, $3,500 at Versace, $1,700 at Monsieur Clothing, and other designer items totaling $30,000 over a 2-year period. Okay, so he claims he knows nothing about his own finances, yada, yada, yada. That's another one. Okay, let's see here. Now, here's another picture of him, and apparently this is from his classmates. Shoot, hold on a second. Where did it go? Here we go. His classmates' site. Okay, and here's some of his information here, okay? He's got a LinkedIn. I'll show you that in a second. He says that he's the CFO at ISR from January 1995 to the present. He said from March 1997 to the present, he's the president at Secured Assets Management, Inc., and the president at SAMI, S-A-M-I, from January 2000 to the present. He's still holding all these positions. And that he's the international operations manager at HF Construction from January of 1964 to December of 1999. His education, Weill Medical College of Cornell University, Doctor of Medicine, MD, with a visiting fellowship, he says. Scottish Rite, the University of Texas Southwestern Medical School Fellow. John Hopkins, North Charles General Hospital, clerkship for CETEC University. Hold on a moment. Then CETEC, Doctor of Medicine, MD. Then American University of the Caribbean, Doctor of Medicine, MD, year 1 to 2. Then NMMI, Bachelor of Applied Science. Well, in there he said he had an associate's and then he went to medical school after that. Come on. His skills: medical research, aviation, engineering, aerospace, civil and marine, scientific research, development and manufacturing, renewable energy, natural resources, agricultural research development, agriculture, research development, I can't speak tonight, international economic development, money management, computer hardware developing and manufacturing, metals, refining, engineering and fabrication, international strategic financial planning, international asset protection, trust services, interesting. Let's see. Now let me show you his LinkedIn. Hold on. Where's the LinkedIn tab? This one? No, I see it now. Dr. Cleo Watts III. Dallas, Texas, United States, 26 connections. International asset protection management, while covering instruments in financial, economic, and business development, including specializing in engineering and equipment manufacturing, high-tech, medical, natural resources, renewable resources, and scientific research. 30 followers. Dr. Cleo hasn't posted yet. Here's all the things I just told you about. His education here. Okay, and all of that. Okay, let's see what else we have. Okay, so this is something, let me see, this is Mary Philippa Sledge, Mary Jane Pigeon Sledge Trust, and Pigeon Sledge Family Limited Partnership as the plaintiffs versus Indigo System Resources and Cleo Watts, the third defendants. Anthony Charles Pietrangelo, okay, attorneys, no, let's see here. It says, order denying defendant's motion to dismiss for lack of jurisdiction. The nature of the claims. Plaintiffs Mary Philippa Sledge, Mary Jane Pigeon Sledge Trust, and Pigeon Sledge Family Limited Partnership as the plaintiffs filed a complaint against defendants Indigo System Resources, Inc., and Watts in his individual capacity as an agent of ISR on July 29, 2013. Mr. Watts is the president of ISR, a company in the business of co-signing unrefined new gold ore dust. The plaintiffs allege violations of various state laws and federal security laws by claiming that defendants fraudulently solicited approximately $5 million from the plaintiffs to purchase gold dust that was mined in the Republic of Ghana. The complaint alleges damages that satisfy the amount in controversy requirement under 28 U.S.C. 1332. The plaintiff's complaint argues two separate theories in support of this. Court's personal jurisdiction over the defendant for the claims alleged, yada, yada, yada. Contacts with Tennessee. In support of this court's exercise of jurisdiction, the plaintiff has submitted numerous emails and testified to a myriad of calls between Watts and Sledge. These communications form the basis of the plaintiff's claims. The defendant does not seriously dispute that Watts made calls or sent emails over his 18-month period of communication with Sledge. Instead, the defendant argues that he did not know Sledge was in Tennessee when he made such communications, and therefore he could not have personally availed himself of the privilege of doing business or causing injury in Tennessee. Specifically, the defendants point out that Sledge spent some time in Kentucky during the relevant period and had one cell phone with a Kentucky area code and sometimes affixed the Kentucky phone number below her signature line in emails. Okay, so this is about him challenging, let's see, his jurisdiction, okay. Let me go to where you guys are. I know this sounds like really weird and probably not very interesting at all, but it is true. You should put it on if you're doing some cleaning or something and you want to watch it. Put it on and watch it. Hi, Misbehave. Hi, I'm late. Oh, it's some guy who gave a deposition that apparently a lot of people like to watch because of the elaborate lies that he makes up and the deception and how he does it under pressure for like 6 hours. I'm going to be listening from bed. I got up at 5 a.m. I'm so sleepy. Okay, Captain Lee. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. But I'm going to look at something else now. So you'll have to watch that, but how about we look at something crazy. Let me see. Okay, hang on a second. Okay, I'm looking at something right now. Hang on. Okay, hold on one second. I have to just get something here because I want to see if I can pull up an interview that Jimmy had actually asked me to go over, and it's quite an interesting one. Let me just, one second. One second. Aha, okay, let's see if I can get this right here. And that would be this. Okay. So, one second. Let's see. Okay, and that says, what does that say? What do you mean? Okay. I just want to see if I've got the whole thing here. Okay, so let me see if it downloaded here. Got you here. All right. Okay, so let me just make sure that this is okay. It's going to take a minute to download here. But Russell Williams, are you guys familiar with Russell Williams? Probably are. So this, in October of 2009, David Russell Williams was a 46-year-old decorated colonel and commander of the Canadian Forces Base, CFB, in Trenton, Ontario. He had advanced quickly through the ranks of his 23-year career. He was an elite pilot. He held various postings, some of which involved him transporting high-ranking government officials, such as Queen Elizabeth II, the Prime Minister, and the Governor General of Canada. One year later, in 2010, he was a convicted serial killer and a sexual predator, and he was sentenced to serve 2 concurrent life sentences without parole, without the possibility of parole, for 25 years for the brutal murders of a 37-year-old Corporal Marie France Comio and 27-year-old Jessica Lloyd. In addition, he received 2 10-year terms for 2 SAs and 1 year each for 82 fetish burglaries in which he stole women's underwear. This rocked the military community. It shocked Canada. How could such an accomplished military man who had been married, allegedly happily for 18 years, had no criminal record, suddenly embark on such a heinous crime spree? So there's an interview they did, and I've watched it a lot, but he had no formal criminal record prior to 2007. And then he began breaking into houses near his Ottawa home in 2008, and he would go in the houses, and if no one was there, he would enter, and he was looking for girls' and women's underwear and other items like bathing suits, some family photos or personal items. He broke into the home of a 12-year-old girl and spent almost 3 hours taking pictures of himself posing in the little girl's underwear, standing in front of a mirror with a pink piece of clothing draped across his stuff and doing stuff to his stuff. So really gross. And, you know, how does somebody like this just look at the Long Island serial killer, right? But in the case of Jessica Lloyd, a 27-year-old who lived in Belleville, a community near Tweed, he blindfolded her with duct tape. He bound her hands with a rope, and he essayed her for 3 hours. He continued to take her to a cottage in Tweed and continued to torture her for another 21 hours, and he finally assured her that he was not going to kill her. And he hit her over the head with a flashlight, and he strangled her. But his interview is something, let me see if I have it now. But I mean, we don't have to do it tonight. I'm just saying if anybody's ever thought about that case. 111 depositions, 6 hours long. Scooter, you're not supposed to promote other channels in the chat. That's really not cool. This little lady.
I wonder if I can get it, Scooter. I wonder if I could get it through FOIA. I might be able to get it.
Little lady. She's very bad, isn't she, little lady? Isn't she, little lady, very bad? I think so. I'll try, Scooter. I'll try tomorrow. I probably can. So, let me ask something. What did Kevin say about it? What did Kevin say about it, Scooter? Hi, One Eye Blind Arts. Oh, that's okay, Scoots. Did Kevin end up watching it? I watched all of it. Really? You watched all of the Cleo Watts? Plus you watched on the Sackler documentary or deposition on Sackler. Was it on the same, it wasn't on the same channel, he only has one video, right? So that's 14 hours. Did you sleep at all? Did you sleep at all? I don't know. Let me see something now. Do you know they said a World War II veteran whose home was destroyed in the Palisades fire turns 104, saying he's still in shock. 104. Let me see. Okay, let's see. Woman was driving over 100 miles per hour before a crash which killed her sister and a 6-year-old. Oh, girl, oh my goodness. Okay, let's see. I'm just trying to see what if there's... Oh my goodness. Wow, listen to this. Listen to this, mother. Listen to this, mother. This woman is from New Mexico. She pled guilty to second-degree murder this week after killing her daughter's teenage boyfriend, then trying to pin that murder on her own son. The Bernalillo County District Attorney's Office said, let me get this statement from them. Okay, let me get this. Hang on. So, this is from the Bernalillo County District Attorney, Sam Bregman. Posted this as a press release on Facebook and says that the woman who killed her daughter's ex-boyfriend in downtown Albuquerque pleads guilty. Today, Elizabeth Ortiz Chavez pled guilty to second-degree murder. On March 4th of 2022, she shot and killed Josu Ruiz outside a downtown restaurant. Elizabeth tried to blame her son for the murder because he is a juvenile and she thought he would have a lesser sentence. Elizabeth now faces 18 years in the Department of Corrections. 18 years for murdering a teenager? What is with these sentences now? Okay, let's see what happened here. The murder took place in an alley behind a diner. Her son was Angelo Baldonado, was 16 at the time of the shooting. And he confronted the other teen who was dating his sister at the diner. The two teenage boys were getting ready to fight out in the diner's back alley when gunshots rang out. The one boy was found dead at the scene, and Baldonado was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. After he was convicted, witnesses said that Elizabeth was actually the one who pulled the trigger. Baldonado then confessed to police that his mother had set him up, believing he would get less prison time because he was a juvenile. Baldonado changed his plea in August of 2023 and pled guilty to conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and a felony assault charge, and his mother was taken into custody. The teenager is reportedly being held at the Bernalillo County Youth Detention Center and will serve out his sentence until he turns 21. 18 years? I don't even understand. Huh. So crazy. Well, let's see here. I'm still here. I'm just looking at some stuff. Okay, I'm going to try to find a case that we can talk about that. What about the Clutter murders? Remember the Clutter murders that Truman Capote wrote about in his book In Cold Blood? The Clutter murders? Maybe we should just... Let's see. The Clutter murders. You know, I wanted to watch that movie, read that book, and I've never gone on there and done it. Isn't that crazy? I think we have talked about this, you know, and it's so weird that I know we have, and it's like I keep forgetting some things, you know, it's crazy. Let's see. Okay, yeah, we definitely have, because this house and everything, I have definitely spoken about this, but I forget it all the time. And then we always say, oh, we got to watch the movie or this, and we never do. I made funnel cakes. Jimmy and I made funnel cakes for the boys tonight. I still have my kid's friend here. My quasi son is here. They're all going to go to school tomorrow together. All right, so the Clutter murders happened in Kansas in mid-November of 1959. So that was the murder of a family of 4. And that it is the murder that Truman Capote wrote about, the book called In Cold Blood about. Small ranching town in Kansas in the wee hours of the morning on November. It was a Sunday morning. There's coyotes and scuttling tumbleweed and all that stuff. At the time, not a soul in sleeping Holcomb heard them, Capote said. 4 shotgun blasts that ended 6 lives. The first lives were those of the victims, and the victims were Herbert Clutter, who was a very prosperous farmer, his wife Bonnie Clutter, and their 2 teenage children, Nancy and Kenyon. The director of the Kansas Bureau of Investigation said that this was the goriest crime he has ever seen in Kansas. The crime went unsolved for 6 weeks it left western Kansas in a state of fear. Truman Capote came up with the idea for In Cold Blood after he read a short article in the New York Times which said wealthy farmer, 3 of family slain. And he thought, well, it was the perfect opportunity to write a nonfiction novel. And let's see what happened here. The police investigation. Let's see what it revealed here. The cold-blooded killers were Perry Edward Smith and Richard Eugene Hickok. They had been recently paroled, and they met while they were serving time at the Kansas State Penitentiary. And it was another prisoner, Floyd Wells. Floyd had been a farmhand for the Clutters, and he told Richard Eugene Hickok that the family kept a large amount of cash in a safe in their house. And he said that they don't keep their neighbors don't keep their doors locked. And so, oh boy, these two say, oh, that seems easy, right? And so on November 14th, Hickok and Smith drove 400 miles across Kansas until they got to the Clutters. And everybody, of course, was asleep. They entered through the unlocked door, just like that farmhand had said. And they got the family up. And they got them into the bathroom. But then the men discovered there was no safe. So that's when things got really bad, right? They thought it was going to be really easy to put the family in the bathroom, go into the safe, get the money, and run. But that's not what happened. So they tied up and they gagged all of the Clutters, the 4 of them. And they left no witnesses. They killed them all. And all they took was a portable radio, a pair of binoculars, and less than $50 in cash. And they managed to stay under the radar and on the run for 6 weeks until they were arrested in Las Vegas on December 30th. And then their trial was March 22nd of 1960. Oh, let's see. And Arthur Clutter, who was the younger brother of Herbert, said, I just want to get a good look at the 2 killers. I just want to see what kind of animals they are. That way, I feel I could tear them apart. The way I feel I could tear them apart. And the jury found both men guilty on 4 counts of murder in the 1st degree, and they were sentenced to be hung. And those were the 5th and 6th deaths that stemmed from the bloody events of the morning of November 15th. But they weren't executed until April 14th of 1965,
when the state of Kansas finally executed Hickok and Smith for those murders. So that's the Clutter murders and the subject of In Cold Blood. Let's see, maybe I'll remember that now. This time. Do you remember the Clutter murders? Let's see if you do. Uh-oh, what happened? Let's see. Nelson says the thing is you hear about this stuff happening and you can brush it off. But when it comes to happening to your family, it hits differently. Oh, of course, when I... What happened? Who's been in the hospital? Let me see. Found out my niece was in a horrific collision in Chicago. Oh no. We're praying. Everybody here is praying that she makes a full recovery. Dear Jesus, please. Amen. One eye. Let me see. Concussion and broken nose are the least of the issues. She's been in the hospital for 2 days. You don't remember Kevin the Clutter murders? I think I've talked about them before. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Robert Blake played one of them in the movie. I can't remember which one. Now that sounds familiar. I think we looked at the movie. Right. We might have even started the movie. Something reminds me of that. Hold on, I had just... Hold on, I might have that. Interview that's come down there.
You start seeing Russ.
That was speaking with whatever night that was Russ as well.
Oh, yeah.
I took every number I had.
Yeah, no, they were, Zoom was a pretty thorough interview that night. So.
Yeah, absolutely. It was really glad to see it.
I'm just going to move you closer. That's a little microphone, just to make sure it's nice and clear. As you can see here, everything in this room is videotaped and audio taped.
Check.
You ever been interviewed by the police in a room like this before? Or?
I've never been interviewed like this.
Oh, no? Okay.
No.
See this there.
Closest
I remember this is Russell Williams, right? This is this decorated
Oh, yeah?
military.
All right, well, yeah, Russell, I appreciate you coming in.
Pilot.
An investigation like this, I mean, I'm sure you can appreciate it's been big news, especially down Belleville way. And, you know, obviously our approach to cases like this is that we don't give up on somebody being alive until we get evidence that they're not. So because of that, we're treating Jessica's case as an emergent situation, obviously. So we're fast forwarding things that we might normally
How many
take
of
our
you
time
have
with.
seen this interview?
And that's why we're here on a Sunday afternoon.
Sure.
So again, I appreciate it.
Okay.
We're going to do a pretty thorough interview today. Okay. The reason for that is because The last thing we want is to be calling people back again and again and again, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to go over a number of things, and I'm going to explain what all those are to you, okay? I'm a big coffee guy. I don't know if you're a coffee guy or not.
I'm a coffee
I didn't
guy,
want to
sure,
drink in
yeah.
front of you, so.
No, I appreciate that.
All right, go ahead.
I could, definitely the black.
You have
Yeah,
not
they're just
seen
black
this?
with sugar.
Jimmy asked me to cover this
Sorry, what,
case
sorry?
because it
Gum.
is just
Oh,
a
okay.
crazy
Gum.
case.
Well, there's napkins there if you want to toss it over.
Can everyone hear it?
All right, and again, like I said, this interview is going to be very thorough. But again, I have a simple rule when I talk to people. It's I'm sure you're the same way. I treat everybody with respect. I don't want to ask if they do the same for me. So what we're going to do is we're going to start off by going through what your rights are, okay?
Okay.
Just like everybody else, okay?
Okay.
Have you ever read your rights before?
No.
Yeah, I'm sure you've seen it on TV a whole bunch of times, but that's usually the American version, so
Okay.
I'll go over with you briefly, okay? Basically in Canada, as you know, I'm sure, is we all have our rights guaranteed under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms,
Right.
okay? Now, Russell, just to avoid any confusion, because people do get confused when they're talked to by the police, is that you're obviously not under arrest here today, okay? Anytime you feel you want to leave here, you feel free to do so. The door's not locked. Teresa will walk you down the lobby anytime you want, okay? If there's anything that comes up in our interview today, Russell, that you feel you want to talk to a lawyer about, you just let me know, okay? And the reason for that is I want to explain to you exactly what's going on here, okay? Jessica Lloyd is one of 4 cases that we're currently investigating, okay? And essentially what's happened is over the past about 4 or 5 months, there have been 4 occurrences that, like I said, that we're looking into. 2 of those occurrences occurred in September of 2009, and very briefly, they were up in the Tweed area. They involved somebody entering 2 different women's houses in the evening hours and committing sexual acts. Okay. In November of 2009, a young lady by the name of Marie-France Como was found murdered in her home in Brighton. And we believe that there was a sexual component to that crime as well. And then most recently we have Jessica Lloyd's disappearance. Okay, so essentially when you're looking at those kind of crimes, we're looking at a number of different potential criminal charges. All right, we're looking at issues all the way from the most serious one, which is first-degree murder, kidnapping, sexual assault, break and enter with intent
He
to commit sexual
transported
assault,
Queen Elizabeth. Okay, this is
forcible
a
confinement,
decorated
okay.
military
And, so what I want to make sure you understand, and this is what we've been doing with everybody we've been talking to, is that clearly when we find out who's responsible for one or all of those crimes, they could be charged with one or all of those offenses, okay, whether it's you or whether it's anybody else, all right? And that's why it's important that we make sure that people understand what they have to do and what they don't have to do when they're talking to us, okay? So as I said before, any point today you feel the need, you want to speak to a lawyer, you let me know, and we can take you to a room where you can do that in private, okay? Do you have your own lawyer?
I have a realty lawyer, but
Okay.
no, I don't have a lawyer.
All right. If at any point you want to make that call and you don't know who to call, we have a phone list of lawyers that are available to give you advice free of charge right over the phone. Okay. So again, if at any point today you want to take advantage of that, you just let me know.
Sure.
Is there any reason you want to call a lawyer now?
Nope.
Okay. A couple other fairly simple and straightforward things that you probably understand, but again, we go over them to make sure everybody's clear, is that you don't have to speak to me.
I just want to tell you some things about Russell Williams. He was born on March 7th of 1963. He was born in England. Let's see, he was the oldest child. He had a brother, or has a brother, that's born 2 years after him. And in 1968 is when his family immigrated to Ontario. So he was 5. His father worked at Chalk River Laboratories, and that's a nuclear research laboratory, one of Canada's premier nuclear research laboratories. But his father was very loud, authority type figure, very known to treat his wife in a insulting, yelling at his wife in public and stuff like that. So that was his father role model. And let's see what else I just want to tell you about him. He was a very well-behaved child, described as shy and polite. He was reliable, self-disciplined, and he was fastidious as a teenager. Again, like I told you, his military career, he transported high-ranking government officials and foreign dignitaries such as Queen Elizabeth II, the Prime Minister, and the Governor General of Canada. 23-year career in the military, a model military man, advancing quickly through the ranks. He was a pilot, married 18 years. Let's see. Anything else I want to tell you about him first? No criminal history prior to 2007. Okay, and this interview, February 7th of 2010. So he is here because police investigators matched his tire treads to tire treads near Jessica Lloyd, that's the woman they're talking about, her home. And so he was asked to come to the Ottawa Police Service headquarters. And he had a 10-hour interrogation. So that is what we're seeing right now, okay? And that's back. I just wanted to give you some history of that.
Okay. And the reason for that is because the law considers me to be what we refer to as a person of authority. Okay, probably similar to what you may be considered to be on the base. And because of that, I can be compelled to appear before any judge in the country, basically, to account for what takes place here today between you and I. Okay, and that's the reason why everything's recorded, because there can't be any more accurate record than that, right? So.
No, understood.
And the other thing I want to make sure you understand is that, you mentioned a second ago about Miss Como being one of your work associates. So I don't know what's happened since November on the military side of things. But what we want to make people clear on is that if you have been spoken to by any person in authority or any police officer about any of those cases, I don't want what they may have said to you to make you feel influenced or compelled to say anything to me today, okay? Whatever you might have felt influenced or compelled to say to them earlier, you don't have to repeat it to me, and you don't have to say anything further, okay? But obviously what you do say, for the third time is being recorded, right? So.
Understood. These first two attacks happened not that far from my place in Tweed. Well, the second one did.
Yeah.
We didn't even know the first one had happened, but I understand that was reasonably close as well. But the second one was very close.
Yeah.
So certainly at the time, the OPP did a door-to-door.
Yeah.
And within a couple of days, probably the same night, so I spoke with a couple of guys then.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm aware of that from looking at the different cases. And essentially, Russell, in a nutshell, that's what we wanted to talk to you about, okay? Those four cases are of concern to us. And, you've kind of almost hit the nail on the head about some of our issues that kind of make us want to talk to Russell Williams, okay? Because essentially, there's a connection between you and all four of those cases. Would you agree? Geographically,
and then I guess I drive past. Yes, I would have to say there is a connection. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I'll be quite frank with you. That's why things kind of evolved when the officers talked to you on Thursday night.
Okay.
We kind of went from there because when I think you discussed with them the fact that you were a colonel at the base.
I was in uniform at the time, so.
Yeah, so pretty obvious, right?
Yeah.
So essentially, then the connection with Miss Como was made, and I believe you're a door or two down from one of those two incidents
I think,
in Tweed.
3 doors down, yeah.
Yeah.
Very close, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. So those are some of the issues we wanted to discuss with you.
Yeah.
Okay. So just getting back to these 4 incidents that we're talking about, maybe you could just give me a little bit of history as to your arrival in the base in Trenton. When did you start working there?
Friday on the day I was, Friday on the day I was at home most of the time. Most of the day I had a sort of a stomach flu.
Okay. In Ottawa or Tweed?
In Tweed.
In Tweed? Okay.
Yeah.
So we backtrack then. So all day Friday, you're at home,
Yeah.
and then what time do you leave to go to the base to sleep there on the Friday night?
Not sure. Probably just, went in for just before bed. So I probably left Tweed at between 8 and 9 or so.
Okay. And you get to the base and spend the evening there and get up for the 5:30?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
So we backtrack from there. When did you arrive at your home at the cottage? I want to get confused between your home in Ottawa and the home in Tweed.
understood.
So,
No, I had been in Tweed all week.
yeah.
The week prior now. Yeah, I think that's the case. Was in Tweed all week. Flew Saturday. Headed to Ottawa Saturday night.
Okay. So if you didn't have the stomach flu on the Friday, what was your
I think it
schedule
was
that
something
day?
like 8, really.
Okay.
What would have been my schedule? Just a standard schedule in the office.
Okay.
So, office brief in the morning, a couple of meetings. I can't remember what the specifics were going to be.
Okay. So Thursday night you slept at Tweed, or you?
Yep.
All right. And what did you do Thursday during the day?
Thursday during the day, I was at the base again. I think it was a fairly standard day. I can't recall exactly, but yeah, nothing. I was not flying, so I was at the base. So I would have gone in early in the morning, back in the evening again.
Okay. Do you remember what time you left the base that night?
I don't remember anything peculiar, so I would say, I don't know, probably 7 to 9, somewhere in that range.
Okay. That's when you left.
Left the base, yeah.
And what
It's a 45-minute transit. So
45 minutes home?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, I'm not going to walk you through November, but I'm going to take you to a date that's probably pretty fresh in your mind, the day that Marie Franz coma. Do you remember how you found out?
I do, yeah. I was sent an email. Well, as soon as the ops staff and the base learned, they told me.
Okay.
So I got an email. I can't remember if it was late at night, early in the morning. It was certainly, I saw it, I want to say first thing in the morning, because I had just come back from Ottawa. I was in Ottawa for a set of meetings on one of the days. I can't remember what day of the week we're talking about, but yeah, no, I mean, obviously when your people gets killed, it gets your attention. So,
Absolutely.
yeah, I'm very much sure about that coming in.
And how did you know Marie Franz coma?
I'd only met her once. She was on a crew I was on just after I got to the base.
Okay.
So I can't even remember. I think it was a one-day trip. I did a number of trips in Canada, transporting our troops, sort of first leg out of Edmonton. We tend to hopscotch them across until they get into theater. So anyway, I can't remember which trip it was, but we did a number of them out to Edmonton just to pick up the troops, bring them to Trenton, and then put a fresh crew on, and because we fly out and back in the same day, so pushing the edge of that. And, fresh crew on, and they'd continue on after a couple-hour delay.
Okay. Do you know roughly when that happened?
Though we were on the same crew?
The time you met her, the one time there, yeah.
This
It
is
was soon after I got to the base.
the one
so,
woman that.
I don't remember exactly, but I would say in the first couple of months, so August, September.
It's Marie.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, you got that email notifying you that something had happened.
Yeah.
Do you have any kind of a a clear recollection as to how your schedule was going that week?
Yeah, I think.
Well,
me
I
too.
can't remember what day that the message
if I
came
did the
in.
whole-
Just a second. No, I can't remember what day of the week, but
Marie France Como, a 37-year-old military flight attendant that was at the
I
same
can't remember the day of the week.
Air Force base as he was.
I'm just trying to think through the news reports I read.
And she was killed.
No, I'm sorry, I can't remember what day that was, but
And that's who they're talking about, that and Jessica Lloyd.
what we learned after the fact was that the MPs had learnt of her death,
Me too.
I think
and
quite a
wonder
bit
why
after
you brought it
her
up. You
body had
did,
been discovered.
a few years
Okay.
ago. You did do anything.
So I think what happened, no, sorry, just a second. Okay. So I think, if I remember correctly, the MPs learned late that evening. Can't remember when, obviously, her body was discovered. It was probably in the news reports, but so
He's
they
talking
learned,
about her
and
body
then they
being
passed it
discovered.
to ops so they immediately passed it to me.
Okay.
The MPs work for the wing operations officer, so they go, through their chain of command, and then as soon as the duty watch officer had that information, she advised me.
Okay. So again, that
Along
particular
with
week.
some others.
Right. I'm sure it spread like wildfire.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that particular week, do you have any recollection? Well, for instance, when you got the email,
Yeah.
do you remember where you were?
I was at home in Tweed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember if that was a week that you were reasonably stable in Trenton, or had you flown?
No, I
anywhere?
had been in Ottawa. I had been in Ottawa earlier in the week for some meetings over in Gatineau for one of the, it's actually for the C-17 acquisition. I was project director when I was here in Ottawa for that, so just some follow-up stuff for that.
Okay.
So I had been here at some point in that week. Again, I can't remember how the days all fell together, but I seem to remember that I got this word shortly after having come back from Ottawa. It seems to me it was the same week.
So if we were to do a similar investigation in your background, is there anything you can think of that anybody may have misinterpreted, or anything in your history that somebody might say Russell Williams
Absolutely.
did this?
No,
Okay.
be very boring.
What's that?
It'll be very boring.
All right, because essentially that's what I'm looking at. Is it?
Very boring.
You seem like a very intelligent person, and I think you can see how a surprise like that would certainly set off
Absolutely.
some alarm bells in an
There you
investigation, right? Okay. So the next thing we need to cover off is, well, I'll just ask you this straight out. Given the types of crimes we're investigating, do you get much chance to watch television shows, CSI, things like that?
I do watch, I prefer Law and Order, but I do watch CSI occasionally.
Okay, so you have an idea of, obviously, the forensic capabilities, things like that are out there. What would you be willing to give me today to help me move past you in this investigation?
What do you need?
Well, would you be willing to supply things like fingerprints, blood samples,
Sure.
things like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Footwear impressions?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I think that's what we're gonna ask you to do,
Okay.
all right? Now, we have a process we have to go through to do that.
Okay.
And for the blood sample, I don't take the blood sample. We have specially trained officers that are trained to do that.
Okay.
I'm gonna step out and make sure they're still available.
Can I assume you're going to be discreet?
It's possible, yeah.
Because, this would have a very significant impact on the base if they thought you thought I did this.
Well, bottom line, Russell, that's one of the reasons we're here on a Sunday afternoon.
Okay.
The military certainly be of great assistance to us, especially in relation to Ms. Como's investigation.
Mhm.
So it's certainly one of the things that went into our decision to give you a call at home today and see if we could deal with this today.
Okay.
So, okay.
Sometimes it's tough to undo the rumor mill once it gets started. But I appreciate that.
Okay. Now that you've had some time to, I mean, I know we've been throwing a lot of things at you here, but now you've had some time to think about things. Is there anything that you're concerned about that buccal swab matching in any of those 4 residences? Is there, I guess, let me explain what I'm getting at here, Russell, okay? This is a significant investigation, as you can well imagine.
Yeah.
That DNA is going to be significant in our investigation, both quite possibly to help you, quite possibly to help us.
Understood.
I don't know yet. I don't know what the result is yet.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll go back to the example I gave you because it's a very similar issue, I think. And you talked about the idea of discretion here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You talked about the idea that I think hopefully you appreciate the fact of how we approached you here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And essentially, we have no issues with that. Okay. We talked recently about the whole idea of any unusual sex acts in your history.
Mm-hmm.
But another thing that can often happen in cases like this is that people become concerned about things like extramarital affairs, indiscretions along those lines.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any contact that you may have had with any of those 4 women that you may not want your wife to be aware of? Anything like that that we should know about to try and explain why, if your DNA is found, it would help us understand why it may be there?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Can you think of any reason why we would find your DNA in any of those residences? Let's focus on, well, for instance, I believe, let me just check the name there, make sure I've got the right address. I'm talking about the house that was just a couple of doors down from you there in Tweed.
A couple of doors down was
the,
Lori. I don't know her last name. I don't know.
Mazzacati?
I don't even know what her last name is, but there's the woman down the road, 3 doors down.
Yeah.
Her name is Lori. I don't know her last name.
All right, let me just make sure we're on the same page here. My understanding is she lived at 76 Cozy Cove. Yeah, so she would be the one, the second one, the second incident on your road there.
Yeah.
A couple of doors down. Ever been in her house?
No. We met her once, I think the first summer we were there, so in '04.
Okay, and that's what I'm getting at. Again, this is a credibility issue, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't want to come and see you 2 weeks from now and say, Russ,
Yeah.
our CSI people went in that house. And are you familiar with how DNA works?
I think broadly, yes, I would
Okay.
guess so.
One of the challenges we have in 2010 with DNA is it's become so precise that I guess the best way to explain it is I can think back 15 years ago when I started in violent crime investigation.
Yeah.
For us to get a DNA match, the sample we had to find was, probably would have filled half of one of these cups.
Doesn't it?
Because they destroy so much of the sample in the testing.
Okay.
Essentially, DNA has become more and more precise to the point where when you and I walked in this room earlier today, we could have sat down, talked for 30 seconds, walked out. CSI officer could have come in 3-4 days from now,
Yeah.
done some swabs here, and he would have found your DNA and my DNA,
Mm.
and probably a lot of other people's DNA.
Sure.
A little bit gross to think about, but essentially, as we talk, a little bit aspirate comes out of our mouth
Yeah. No, I understand.
that contains our DNA, or or our skin cells contain our DNA,
Yeah.
and that's what I'm getting at. If you were ever in Laurie's residence, quite possibly, quite innocently, your DNA could be in that residence. Has there ever been a time you've been in there?
No.
Okay. What about the other lady down the road on?
I hadn't even heard that name, so no, I don't actually know who that was.
Okay. Have you ever visited Marie France Como at her residence?
No.
Okay. All right. So you're quite positive there would be no reason why your DNA would be in any of those
Absolutely.
3 locations. Okay. Did you know Jessica Lloyd even in passing for any reason?
No, I didn't hear her name till it was on the news.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking that is because I know you were asked that question on Thursday night, and sometimes what we find, and again, this is one of those situations that can sometimes cause us to get in a lengthy investigation as somebody that maybe doesn't deserve it. But what can happen sometimes is somebody gets stopped by the police like you did, and they get asked that question, and people, when they're stopped by the police, they can be nervous, okay? So they blurt out an answer, and then they start driving away, and they go, oh, why'd I do that? Because the problem is that once they get asked again, then they feel compelled to maintain that answer for fear that if they change their answer, somebody could find it. You understand what I'm saying?
I do.
Okay. So I want to make sure that's not happening here. I don't care what you said to the officers on Thursday night last week. If there's any communication or contact between you and Jessica Lloyd, you've seen her picture, right, around town?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Ever seen her before?
I don't. No, I would say I have not.
Okay. All right. All right. And you mentioned something about doing some renovations at your property in Tweed there. I think you said something earlier about tearing up carpet. Correct me if I'm wrong, but
Oh, yeah.
Okay. When did all that happen?
In 2004 or 5.
Okay. Any recent renovations?
No.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure I'm covering all the bases here. Okay. What kind of tires do you have on your Pathfinder?
I think they're Toyo.
Okay. Do you know the brand name, or sorry, the
I think that
make?
is I don't remember. Sorry, the make is Toyo.
Yeah.
I don't know the model.
Okay. Just see, I'll read this off to you, see if it rings a bell. Ever heard of, does Toyo Open Country HTS
Yeah, it sounds
make any
right.
sense?
Yeah.
Okay. When did you have those tires put on your Pathfinder?
Well, it's the second version we've had of them, so I think it might have been this past fall. They replaced other ones we'd had on the same.
Okay.
Well, Toyo, I can't say that they were exactly the same model, but our dealership here in Ottawa says they're very popular for the Pathfinders.
Okay.
And they were good. They lasted a long time.
All right. I've had to, I think you were talking about the whole idea of the MPs helping us with our investigation, stuff like this. You have the same system as we do at our headquarters with the swipe cards. One of the things one of our investigators did is they made a call while I was talking to you there because we were trying to work through that week of the 23rd of November.
Okay.
23rd being the Monday, 24th being the Tuesday.
Okay.
What they've told us is that, and I want to make sure I get this right, is that on the 23rd, your swipe card was being used at the base. Okay.
Okay.
On Tuesday 24th, there was no use of your swipe card.
Okay.
And then on the following days, the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, there was what appeared to be average activity of your
Okay.
swipe card in the base. Does that make sense to you?
It does. That says that I was in Ottawa on the Tuesday.
Okay. Do you remember where in Ottawa you were?
Yeah, I was in Gatineau with, as I said, meeting about the C-17.
Okay. Now, again, I want to be fair to you here. We're going back 2 months.
Yeah.
Are you sure that would have been the day you were in Ottawa?
Well, only because I wasn't at the base.
Okay.
So I can't remember, honestly, that's the day I had the meeting in Ottawa, but if I wasn't at the base, it was because I was here.
Okay. Now, if that is the day you had a meeting in Ottawa, do you remember being at the base on the Monday, the 23rd, and swiping your card in and out? Do you remember what you would have done that evening to get to Ottawa for that meeting? Like, would it be...
I drove to Ottawa in the morning of the day of my meeting, so if it was the Tuesday, then I would have left Tweed. It was a very foggy morning
Okay.
that morning. I drove in that morning.
Okay.
So I would not have been at the base the day I was in Ottawa, because the meeting started at 8:30 or something.
Okay, so you leave the base, you would have went home to your residence in Tweed,
Yep.
and then you left Tweed in the morning and drove up to your meeting in Ottawa.
Yep.
Okay. You leave the meeting in Ottawa is a daytime meeting, evening meeting, or do you remember?
Yeah, it was a daytime meeting, finished, I don't know, mid-afternoon or so.
Okay.
We had lunch and then finished. I think my wife and I had dinner because she was here for work, and then I headed back.
Okay. Well, these are the kind of things I'm trying to draw out here. That's helpful to us. Do you remember where you had dinner?
Well, I don't remember exactly the restaurant, but it was in Westboro because that's where our house was being built at the time. So we had dinner, in a restaurant that we would expect to be able to frequent once the house was finished.
Okay. Remember how you paid?
One of us would have paid by MasterCard. Yeah.
Okay. Are you sure about that, or?
Pretty sure. That's normally how we
Okay.
pay for meals.
All right.
Can't remember if it was me or my wife that paid, but one of us.
Okay. And do you remember which restaurant it was again?
No.
Okay. All right. And you see what I'm getting at, right? I mean, that can be very helpful for us because if we can track that issue, right?
Yeah.
We can put somebody paying for a meal at a location.
Well, I was meeting with 15 people or so that day. So.
Okay. And what time did the meeting end?
I would say between 3 and 4.
Okay. And are you sure that that's the same day you went out with your wife?
Well, I think so. Yeah, because she was here, and I think that was the day we went to this restaurant in Westboro. Yes.
Okay. You finished dinner, and do you remember what you did that evening?
I would have driven back to Tweed.
Okay. And you would have... Now, again, I know we're talking 2 months ago here, but do you remember specifically having dinner and then driving back to Tweed, or do you remember... are you just guessing here?
No, not really guessing. I mean, I believe that this night at this restaurant was following the meetings in Ottawa.
Mm-hmm.
And I, kissed my wife goodbye and headed back to Tweed to go to work the next day.
Okay. All right. The tires that you have on your truck, right? The reason I asked you about that is there any time, I mean, you recall where you were stopped by the officers there?
Yes.
Okay. Did they explain to you what the significance
Said
of
that was her
location?
house.
That was her house.
Yeah.
Okay. So you remember that location?
Yep.
Do you remember what the crossroad was, or?
I don't think there was a crossroad. It's sort of just on the south end of 37.
Okay. When you get stopped at that location, has there been a time in the recent 1 or 2 weeks that your vehicle has left that road for any reason whatsoever? Have you driven into a field with your vehicle at all? For any reason you can think of?
No.
Okay. Because I want you to rack your brain here. This is important. So,
Yeah.
is there anything you can remember doing that would have caused you to drive off the road
No.
at that section of roadway?
No, that's my early. That's the early part of the highway, and just head north. It's about 30 minutes from there to, probably 20 from there to my house.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that when the CSI officers were looking around her property, that they identified a set of tire tracks to the north of her property? Looks as if the vehicle left the road and drove along the north tree line of Jessica Lloyd's property. Okay.
Okay.
They took, they examined those tire tracks. And they have contacts in the tire business. Obviously, tire tracks are a major source of evidence for us.
Sure.
Shortly after this investigation started, they identified those tires as the same tires on your Pathfinder.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. One of the other things that they do to try and identify the type of vehicle that may have left those tires, well, is they do two things. They talk to witnesses. Okay. There was a female police officer that actually drove by that location that evening and recalls seeing an SUV type vehicle in the field to the north of Jessica Lloyd's house, consistent with a Pathfinder.
Okay.
Could maybe consistent with other things, but consistent with a Pathfinder. And they, what they also do to try and identify the type of the vehicle is they look at what they call the wheelbase width, okay? Because different vehicles, different makes, models have wheelbase width. So they can take those two sets of tire tracks, measure the distance between them, okay, and determine what the width is.
Sure.
And then they can enter that into a vehicle database, and it will spit out the types of vehicles,
Yeah.
okay? Your Pathfinder's wheelbase width is very, very close to the width of the tires that were left in that field,
Mhm.
okay? Do you have any recollection at all of being off that road?
I was not off the road, no.
Okay. All right. Russell, is there anything you can think of? Let's go talk about Marie France Como for a minute, okay?
Mhm.
Is there any reason at all you can think of that during our investigation, obviously we're searching computers, things like Blackberries, right?
Mhm.
Electronic devices, looking through houses for things that are in handwriting, written notes, diaries, things like that.
Mhm.
Now, I'm not at liberty to tell you what the content was, but is there any reason at all you can think of why Marie France Como would have specifically referenced you in some of her writings?
Not at all.
No?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Is there anything that she ever said to you that led you to believe that there might be something more than a passing interest with her towards you?
Not at all. No, we spent, one flight together talking. I'd go back occasionally and talk. No, if that's the case, that's very surprising.
Okay. All right. You have any questions for me right now?
No?
Okay. I'm just going to step out and see how things are going, okay?
Okay.
I mean, it is a Sunday, but there's probably 60, 70 people working on this file, so there's a lot of things happening.
Sure.
So let me go out and see what's happening, and then I'll come back in and we'll hopefully continue, okay?
Okay.
I told you when I came in here that I'm going to treat you with respect, and I've asked you to do the same for me. We talked about the whole idea of how we've approached you here, okay? The trying to be as discreet as possible,
Mhm.
okay? But the problem is, Russell, is every time I walk out of this room, there's another issue that comes up, okay? And it's not issues that point away from you, it's issues that point at you, okay? And I want you to see what I mean, all
Mhm.
right? This is the footwear impression of the person who approached the rear of Jessica Lloyd's house
Mhm.
on the evening of the 28th and 29th of January.
Yeah.
Okay? All right? Now, I want you to keep in mind that this is slightly smaller, okay, in scale. Okay?
Okay.
All right? That's not to scale. The footwear is actually bigger.
Okay.
If you look here on the ruler, you'll see that 1 inch is just slightly smaller than an actual inch.
Okay.
Okay? But this is the way it prints off on the computer.
Yeah.
I'm going to move this over so you can see what I mean, all right? Because essentially, when you're dealing with footwear impressions, we have a gentleman on the OPP who's basically world-renowned. His name is John Norman.
Mhm.
And essentially, with footwear impressions, you're in a situation where you're pretty much in the area of fingerprints,
Mhm.
okay? And essentially, what we're talking about here is, especially when you start adding in other pieces of information that
Mhm.
support an investigative position.
Yeah.
Okay. This is a photocopy of the boot that you took off your foot
Yeah.
just a little while ago. Okay. Now, I'm not an expert in footwear impressions, so I rely on the experts. Footwear impressions are very much like fingerprint comparisons. Okay. You take a look at this print, and again, this is one print. This
Mhm.
person walked through, there's several different prints to compare.
Mhm.
So we're going to get features off of one print to compare, features off another print to compare.
Yeah.
These are identical. Okay. Your vehicle drove up the side of Jessica Lloyd's house. Your boots walked to the back of Jessica Lloyd's house on the evening of the 28th and 29th of January. Okay. You want discretion. We need to have some honesty, okay? Because this is getting out of control really fast, Russell. Okay, really, really fast.
Hmm.
This is getting beyond my control. all right? I came in here a few hours ago, and I called you the way I called you today because I wanted to give you the benefit of the doubt. But you and I both know you were at Jessica Lloyd's house, and I need to know why.
I don't know what to say. That's,
Well, you need to explain it, because this is the other problem we're having, Russell, okay? Again, these decisions are made by me. Right now, there's a search warrant being executed at your residence in Ottawa, okay? So your wife now knows what's going on. There's a search warrant being executed at your residence in Tweed, and your vehicle's been seized, okay? You and I both know they're going to find evidence that links you to these situations. Okay. You and I both know that the unknown offender male DNA on Marie France Comeau's body is going to be matched to you, quite possibly before the evening's over. Okay? This is a major investigation. The Center of Forensic Science is on call 24 hours a day helping us with this. Your opportunity to take some control here and to have some explanation that anybody is going to believe is quickly expiring. Okay? We're applying, the investigators now applying for a warrant to search your office. Right, these aren't decisions that we can say yes or no to. This is the practical steps in an investigation like this. And Russell, listen to me for a second, okay? When that evidence comes in, when that DNA match, when that phone rings and somebody knocks on this door, your credibility is gone, okay? Because this is how credibility works, all right? And I know you're an intelligent person and you probably don't need to hear this explanation, but I also know your mind's racing right now, okay? Because I've sat across a lot of people in your position over the years, okay? The bottom line is that as soon as we get that piece of evidence that solidifies it, DNA, okay? As soon as the expert in footwear impressions, the expert in tire impressions calls and says, yes, I've examined those and they're a match, it's all over. Because as soon as that happens, where's your credibility? Where's your believability? You're just another, and again, don't take this wrong, okay? But you can see if you step outside this room in your mind and imagine how people are going to view you, okay? If the truth comes out after the clear evidence is presented to you, when you finally go, okay, I'm screwed now, what are we going to do? Russell, you know there's only one option. What other option is there?
What's the option?
Well, I don't think you want the cold-blooded psychopath option. I might be wrong. Okay, because don't get me wrong, I've met guys who actually kind of enjoyed the notoriety, got off on it, got off on having that label. Bernardo being one of them. I don't see that in you. If I saw that in you, I wouldn't be back in here talking to you, quite frankly. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you got me fooled. I don't know. this is over. And it can have a bad ending where Jessica's parents continue to wonder where her daughter's lying. And I don't know. I mean, obviously, there's a huge search still underway, and it'll continue. It'll continue until her body's found. That might even happen tonight, for all I know. Once that happens, then I don't know what other cards you would have to play. What are we going to do? Russell, what are we going to do?
Call me Russ, please.
Okay. What are we going to do, Russ? Is Jessica somewhere we can find her easily? Like, is this something where I can make a call and tell somebody to go to a location and they're going to find her, or is this something where we have to go and take a walk? Which direction are we heading in here? Russ, maybe this would help. Can you tell me what the issue is you're struggling with? What's the issue you're struggling with?
It's hard to believe this is happening.
Why is that? Why is it hard to believe?
It's just hard to believe.
Whose decision was it? And we're going to find out the answer to this anyway. But whose decision was it to issue the directive to the base personnel that nobody had to speak to the police and to seek legal counsel before they were questioned? It's my
I don't
understanding.
think that was...
My understanding, that direction came from somebody that reports to you. What do you think they're going to say,
Well,
Russ?
no.
What do you think they're going to say? All right, and let's step back for a second here, okay? I really don't think it benefits you or makes you look any better to start debating the little issues,
No,
okay?
but that is news to me.
Okay.
I have a legal officer that reports to me
Yeah.
who may have given that direction.
Okay.
But that's the first time I've heard it. If that's true,
Okay.
that's the first time I've heard that.
All right, and that may be the case, but how does it look? Right? We're not even dealing with something that's really even evidence, because it's not needed. I mean, when
No,
you
no,
have,
but
when you
that-
have DNA and all this other stuff, that's not even
What
really
was the
an issue.
direction?
I don't recall, but it was something along the lines of telling the people on the base that they weren't required legally to speak with police, and they should seek legal counsel before they decide to speak. But
Well, if that was actually said, it would not have been to the base at large. It may have been to the individual, the boyfriend who was the suspect.
okay, my understanding, it went out to all personnel.
No, absolutely.
Maybe no, only under your command. I don't know.
It didn't.
Okay, okay, that's
I
fine.
did never see it.
That's fine. Now let's get back to the issue. What's that?
So you talk about perception. My only two immediate concerns from a perception perspective are what my wife must be going through right now
Yeah.
and the impact this is going to have on the Canadian Forces.
Where do we go? Russ, is there anything you want from me? Is there anything you want me to explain? Is there something missing that you're struggling with that I can shed some light on for you?
I'm struggling with how upset my wife is right now.
Russ, what are you looking for?
I'm concerned that they're tearing apart my wife's brand new house.
So am I. But if nobody tells them what's there and what's not, they don't have any choice. Computers will be brought to Microsoft in California. They'll be picked apart. You can't erase things from computers. It doesn't happen. I'm sure you've seen that. I'm sure that's pretty common knowledge these days. It just doesn't happen. They sell programs that to try and help people clean their computers of stuff, and our guys are pulling that stuff out all the time. The FBI is pulling that stuff out all the time. This investigation will end up costing no less than $10 million. Easy. And they will say no to nothing. Any request this major case manager makes on this case, they've already been told it's approved. Don't even bother asking. So what am I doing, Russ? I put my best foot forward here for you, bud. I really have. I don't know what else to do to make you understand the impact of what's happening here. Did we talk?
I want to minimize the impact on my wife.
So do I.
So how do we do that?
Well, we start by telling the truth.
Okay.
Okay. So where is she?
Get a map.
Is she close to where she lives? I've got maps of that general area. Which town is she near? Why don't we start there?
I'm not sure if you give me a map of that covers Calabar down to the highway and over to Tweed and south. I'll show you.
Let me see what I got here. I might have something. Is she inside, outside? Probably the biggest area I have there, Russ.
Yeah, you need more. You need a real map.
So where am I going on here to get to her?
In this block here.
Okay. So you're pointing to.
A detailed map of that area, and I'll show you where she is.
Okay. Is she close to a road?
Yep.
All right. Is it something where is she buried, or is she somewhere where if you walk there you would fairly easily see her?
It's here.
Okay. So she's south of 7, east of Tweed,
Mhm.
west of 41.
Mm-hmm.
And what's this road here?
Not sure.
Neither am I. Okay. I'll be right back, okay? Do you want any water or anything?
Sure.
Okay, I'll be right back. How long has she been there for?
A little over a week.
Was it fairly quick from the time she left?
Friday night.
Friday night?
Yep.
So where was she between Thursday night and Friday night?
In Tweed.
With you?
Yep.
How long was she alive for?
Almost 24 hours, not quite.
Okay. Russ? You're doing the right thing here. Okay.
Well, again, my interest is in making my wife's life a little easier. And
Okay.
with her family as well.
Well, we share that
But
interest.
there's no, your time in Ottawa is wasted, really. I'll tell you where the membership cards are.
Where are they?
They're in the house there, but,
In Ottawa?
yeah.
Whereabouts?
Some in the camera bag, which they would have found in my office.
Mhm.
And when you walk into the office on the left side, there's a desk of drawers, set
Okay.
of drawers, like a filing cabinet, wooden, IKEA. In one of the top 2 drawers, and there's a plastic divider,
Yeah.
and there's inside there are 2 memory cards,
Okay.
which are blank, but I'm sure they can be
And whose images are on those cards?
well, I've erased them, but I expect you'll be able to draw images of Jessica and I.
What about Marie?
There may be images on there as well.
And the 2 women from September?
Yep.
Okay. Do you have those images stored anywhere else?
Yeah, there are 2 hard drives in the house in Ottawa. I can draw you a little picture if you like.
Sure. Do you want to do that now while I'm
Sure.
getting them out? Okay. You want anything to eat or anything? Leave that with you. Okay.
But I do want to talk to you, Jim.
That's the plan. Okay. I'll be right back. How you make it up there? Thank you. You're making out.
All right.
Somebody running around looking for an actual map, but I did the same thing with the Google Maps. Just have to glue them up a little bit more. This is the biggest of the area. Well, this might have better parameters for you. Here's Tweed.
From this intersection on the side of the road.
And what road is that? Cary? South of, can't read that word. East Hungerford? Does that make sense? Oh, there it is there. Okay. How far off the road is she?
40 feet.
Is she covered with anything?
She's wrapped up.
In
She's
what?
on the surface. Just a gray something or other cover.
Okay. Barry, the obvious question I'm going to have for you is, when they go there, and they'll be there shortly,
Mhm.
they're going to find her?
Oh yeah.
Okay. I'll be right back. You look like you want to say something.
Just that this place, my wife, it's been a dream for the better part of a year, so I'm keen to get them what they need and so they can leave her alone.
Okay, well, we're going to do our best to keep that as low-key as possible, okay? What do you want to talk about?
'Cause it's pretty wide open now, eh?
Yeah.
What do you want to know?
Well, do you want to work forwards or backwards?
Doesn't matter.
Why don't we start with Jessica?
Okay.
How does that start for you?
I saw her in her house on her treadmill. Wednesday night, I guess. Then I noticed she wasn't there Thursday. So I got into the house to look around. Then, and then left. Noticed she'd come home. So I went back in. Through the back patio door while she was sleeping.
Okay.
So I woke her up. Didn't hit her. She only hit her once. Friday night.
Okay.
Well, so I raped her in her house. And then I took her to the car and took her to Tweed. And spent the day in Tweed. And then I hit her as we were walking. She thought we were leaving. Hit her on the back of the head.
Okay.
Anything particular?
Well, what did the hit on the back of the head do?
Well, I was surprised that her skull gave way. She was there and immediately unconscious. And I strangled her.
Okay. What did you hit her with?
Flashlight
Okay. In the house or outside the house?
in the house. Yeah, they'll find signs of that.
Where in the house did this happen?
In the main portion, just in front of the fireplace.
What do you mean they'll find signs of it?
Oh, there's quite a bit of blood. I'd expected to knock her out. But obviously generated a lot of blood.
What did she bleed onto?
The floor. It's just tile floor.
Okay. Did you clean it up or did you?
I wiped it up. I know it'll be easily spotted.
What makes you think that? Like, if I walked in that house right
Well,
now,
you
would I
wouldn't,
would I see
you
it?
wouldn't see it, not at all, but you know, the right science will show it, I'm sure.
Okay. So when that happened, did she have clothes on, or was she naked?
Yeah,
or-
she was dressed.
Okay. So when we find her, is she gonna have those clothes on too?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Marie France Como.
There was an open window in the basement of her house when she was away. I went in there a couple of nights before she came home. Looked around. I went back in there late at night when she was at home. She was on the phone in her bedroom. She actually discovered me in the basement. She was trying to get her cat to come upstairs, and the cat was in the basement, had seen me and was fixated on me in the corner. She couldn't get the cat up, so she came downstairs to try and get the cat, and I'm not sure why she came over to me. I guess the cat was staring at me, and she was wondering what the cat was staring at. The lights were on. So when she spotted me, I had the same flashlight. I subdued her. Tied her up, brought her upstairs. And strangled her later in the morning. Well, more suffocated her. Right. Some tape. Left her there.
How did you subdue her? When you say subdued her in the basement, what did you do?
Well, I had the same flashlight, and you know, she saw me right away. So it was just I hit her a couple of times and around her head, try and knock her out. Didn't, but she was bleeding a little bit. Eventually, through a struggle, subdued her.
Okay. Any blood from that struggle?
Oh yeah. No, not a whole bunch, but a flashlight did break her skin a couple of times.
Okay. What area of the basement did that take place in?
I was hiding behind the furnace, so she spotted me right there.
Okay. Did she recognize you?
No, I had stuff on my face.
Okay. So then you go upstairs, and you said she suffocated?
Well, I suffocated her. I put tape on her. I put tape on her mouth, and then I put tape on her nose and held it there so she couldn't breathe.
Okay. What kind of tape was it?
Duct tape.
What happened to it?
Well, I took it with me and can't remember what actually I did with that tape, but probably threw it in the garbage.
Did you use tape for any other purposes?
No.
Okay. Did she ever recognize you through this whole episode?
No.
What did you say you had on your face?
I had just a cover for my head, just a, a sports, pullover type, like just a little cap kind of thing.
Okay.
Just a, lycra or something. And just a headband over my nose and mouth. So it covered most everything but my eyes.
Okay. Now this flashlight, where is that now?
And tweed.
In the house?
Yep.
What kind of flashlight is it?
It's a red 3 double D. I'm not sure what brand it is, but it's a metal, one of these aluminum. It's like a big, I can't remember what brand the little, aircraft aluminum flashlights are. You see a lot of them. Anyway, it's a bigger one of those.
Did you take anything out of Marie France's house or Jessica Lloyd's house?
Yeah, some of their underwear.
Okay.
That's all.
And where is that?
It's in some boxes in the basement here in Ottawa, in that rec room. So we just moved in, so there are boxes everywhere. So on the same side as the furnace room, sort of in the back against the wall.
Okay. What do the other boxes look like?
I think one's a scanner, the box for my scanner.
Mm-hmm.
They're all right next to each other, so a quick look through the boxes there will find it.
Okay. How much underwear is in those boxes?
Probably 60 pieces or so total.
All women's?
Yeah, 60 pieces of theirs.
Of whose?
Of Jessica's and Marie France.
So you took 60 pieces from between the two of them?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so.
All right. And they're in a, like when you talk about a scanner, is it a computer scanner box?
My computer scanner is up in the office, and its box is down in the basement, so
Okay.
it's inside that box.
Does any of the underwear in those boxes belong to anyone other than Marie France or Jessica?
Yeah, there's some from each of the other two women.
Okay. Why don't we talk about those two women?
Mhm.
So the first one happened on the 16th, and I don't know why I can't recall their names, but the lady that was lived closer to you.
No, Audrey was closer to me.
Okay.
So the first one,
Mhm.
I had just spotted her from our boat, actually. And I got into the house while she was asleep. Noticed that she was alone. And just hit her with my hand while she was sleeping. Subdued her. Mostly just my weight on top of her. Had her take off her pajamas. Took some pictures. Took some of her underwear and left.
And the other woman?
Same kind of deal. Went in through the back of the house. She was sleeping in her, not in her bedroom, but in her, in front of the TV. Very much the same story.
Anything different about that story? I mean, pretty much the same story and exactly the same story, or two different things, right?
Yeah, no, not much different at all. I did have the flashlight that time. I hit her with a flashlight. Didn't think it would knock her out. Didn't. So, and I subdued her with my weight. Took off her clothes, took some pictures, and left.
Why do you think these things happen?
Oh.
Have you spent much time thinking about that?
About why?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know the answers. And I'm pretty sure the answers don't matter.
Well, let me ask you this: did you like or dislike these women?
I didn't know any of them.
Okay.
I had met Maddie France that one time in our airplane.
Okay. No, I guess when you're going through these things, are you? Well, let's talk about Jessica, because she was there with you for the whole day, right?
Mm.
What kind of feelings were you experiencing while you were with her that day?
Oh, she was a very nice girl.
Can you tell me why you killed her? Right. Do you know why you killed her?
Well, I think I killed her because I knew that her story would be recognized.
Her story would be recognized? How do you mean?
Well, because she knew I was taking pictures.
Mm-hmm.
So because of the two stories in Tweed, that would have been a fairly, been quite obvious.
So if you didn't take pictures, what would you have done with her?
I don't know.
I mean, she's at your house, right? Well, let me ask you this. Is it two lived, right? And two died. What was the difference in your mind between?
Well, the attention the first two got was very much focused on, obviously, or for obvious reasons, the pictures I took. So anybody else telling stories about pictures, right, would have been a fairly straight line.
Okay, but when this thing happened with Marie France, did you believe that you were already a suspect for what happened in Tweed?
No.
So what were you concerned about?
Well, because I was pretty sure that she was serving military, right?
Mm-hmm.
It would have been difficult for investigators to ignore that connection.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Let's go back to Jessica then, okay? You see her on the Wednesday night, okay? On her treadmill?
Mm.
How do you see her?
She was in the basement, window wide open, on a treadmill. So I drove by.
Okay. Did you stop to look at the house, or how does that catch your eye as you drive by?
Well, I was looking to see who was where. Don't know that area very well, so I was just keeping my eyes open.
Okay. So you spot her on the Wednesday.
Yeah.
Do you just keep on going, or did you just stop and take a closer look that
No.
night or anything? No?
I kept going.
Okay. And you went back on the Thursday night, right?
Yep.
So you go back on the Thursday night, and you went into the house before she came home?
Yeah, she was out.
Okay.
Done with those. Yeah, she was out. Got in through the kitchen window. It's unlocked. Everything else was locked.
Okay. So you're in there doing what?
Looking around to see who lived in the house. It was just her.
Okay. And then what do you do?
Well, I left the house. And then she came home. I hadn't been out of the house very long. So I watched for a little bit to see if she was alone. She was. And I went in when she went back to sleep. Went to sleep.
Okay. So you go in, she's sleeping, and what do you do?
Well, I snuck up to the side of her bed, expecting to try to knock her out. She woke up, but she did as I said, so I didn't hit her.
What did you say?
Said, lie down on your tummy.
Okay.
She did. I tied her up.
What'd you tie her up with?
Some rope I brought.
So she's on her stomach. How are you tying her up?
Just tying her hands behind her back.
Okay. She got clothes on at that point?
Mhm.
What kind of clothes?
Sweats.
All right. You tie her hands behind her back, and then what happens?
I took her clothes off.
Okay. And then what happened?
her.
A rape could mean a lot of different things. What kind of sexual act took place?
Just, vaginal and oral.
Okay. Oral. Who was performing the oral sex?
No, me on her and her on me.
Okay. Any condoms used or anything like that?
No.
No. So the, and again, correct me if I'm wrong. Vaginal intercourse. Her performing oral sex on you, and you performing oral sex on her.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what order those things occurred in?
Yeah. I started with the oral sex. Then I raped her. And then later on I made her perform oral sex on me.
Okay. Any kind of conversation happening when this is going on?
Yeah, a little bit.
What was being said?
Well, I threatened her before she, before I had her perform oral sex.
What did you say?
Well, I put a zip tie around her neck. I said that I would pull it if I didn't like what she would do.
Okay. So she did what you told her to do?
Mm-hmm.
Any issues there? Any reason to pull it?
No.
So, do you remember if you ejaculated at that point? Or at any point?
Not at that point, but later on.
Okay. So, the oral sex finishes, and then what happens next?
Well, I continued to rape her, and I had her put on some of her underwear. Took some pictures, lots of pictures. And then got her dressed, walked back to the truck.
Okay. At what point did you decide that she was going to leave with you?
I'm not sure. That wasn't necessarily always the plan. But at some point, I was there for three hours, 3 and a bit.
Okay. Do you remember the conversation about leaving? Was there any... Did she say anything about that, or what was she saying to you?
She was certainly cooperative.
Okay. A cooperative can mean a number of different things. Was she excited about leaving with you? I mean, I don't want to be sarcastic, but...
No, she just didn't put up too much of a fuss.
Did she try and negotiate with you at all, or
No.
what did she say?
Well, I told her that I would let her go later on.
Okay. So when you take her out of your house, is she still bound, or
Yep,
how is that done?
just hands behind her back.
Okay. What about her feet? Anything there?
No, she was walking freely.
Okay. Barefoot or...
No, she had those brown suede shoes on that had been reported.
Okay. So where does she sit in your truck when you get to the truck?
Front seat, passenger side.
Okay. And where do you go?
Straight to Tweed.
Straight to your house in Tweed or straight
Yeah.
to just the town?
Straight to the house.
No stops anywhere?
No.
Okay. What time, do you remember what time you arrived there?
I don't exactly, but I'd say between 4:30 and 5:30.
Okay. All right. When you were first there before she came home, do you remember, did anybody come to the door at all when you were in the house? Okay.
No, I think somebody had come home, somebody had come to the house just before she did. Because I thought it was her, but then they left. I was outside at the time.
Did you see who that person was or what kind of vehicle they were in or anything?
No. Saw the lights, I assumed it was her, and then all of a sudden they left, so I don't know what happened.
Okay. Where were you when that first vehicle pulled up?
In the back here.
Okay. So you didn't have a view of the vehicle, you could just tell that there was a vehicle there, is that fair? Okay. So you get home, what, 4:35 you say?
Hmm.
Okay. And then what happens?
Well, she would go to the bathroom. And get a quick shower, wash her. Then we went into my bedroom. And went to sleep a little bit. She was tied up.
How was she tied up at that point?
Hands behind her back. I put tape over her eyes from the beginning. So that's what she had.
Okay. When they find her, is that tape going to be there, or was it ever removed?
No, I removed it.
Okay. What kind of tape?
Duct tape.
All right. The duct tape that you used, where's that roll?
It's all gone. I used the rest of it to bind her body.
So, by all gone, is it with the body now? Okay. So you said who went to sleep when you came home? You had a shower, or she had a shower?
Well, we both got in. I washed her off after she'd been to the bathroom. We both went to sleep. But she was tied up and I had tied the rope. So I could fall asleep a little bit and she could move without waking me up.
Okay, I'm trying to picture how that would be. So the rope's tied to what on her?
Just tied her hands behind her back.
Okay. And
then the rope just wrapped around me a couple of times, so there was no slack.
okay. Do you remember how long you slept for?
Not long, maybe a couple hours.
Do you know if she slept?
I don't know.
Okay. So you wake up and
And it wasn't, we were up and down, so it wasn't 2 hours straight. It was 2 hours in bed, but there wasn't much sleep, just lying there probably.
so you get up from that, and what happens next?
She had a seizure, actually. She felt it coming on, and because she'd had some before. Lasted quite a while. Got her dressed, into the family room,
she recovered. She got, obviously stress. But, probably went on for about 15 minutes, sort of it.
So,
Yeah.
how do you know she had them before?
She told me.
Did she tell you why she gets them?
Well, she suggested it was stress. Yeah, so she felt herself start to tense up and said she thought she was going to have a seizure. So it was convulsions is what she was having.
Okay. So she recovered from that?
Yep, I stayed with her and talked her through it and made sure she didn't bite her tongue.
Okay. And then what happened?
Well, then we had a little lie down right there because she was obviously exhausted. Put a cover over her and she went to sleep. Wait for an hour or so. And I had told her earlier that before I let her go, I wanted to take some pictures of her in her underwear. And have sex with her. So after she'd had a rest for an hour or so, I had her put on a number of different outfits she had.
I'm sorry?
Put on a number, pairs, panties, bra that she had. That
Okay.
I'd taken from the house. So she put those on and I took pictures.
Okay. Are you in any of these pictures?
Yep.
What kind of images are you in?
Well, I'm with her. There's on the hard drives. You'll see there's video as well. So there's video of the. Almost 4 hours, I guess.
Of what?
Well, of initially at her place of me raping her, and then so I was running the video and then taking still pictures. So the video pretty much covers everything.
Did you use video at other places?
At Marie France's as well.
Okay. And is that video on the hard drives?
Yep.
Same type of activity?
Yep.
Okay.
Although I didn't have her put on any stuff.
Okay. So Jessica poses for these pictures and there's videos and then what happens?
Then I got her dressed because she thought she was leaving. I to eat fruit. And then as we were walking out, I struck her on the back of the head.
Okay. When did you decide to do that?
Well, I was pretty sure that I wasn't going to let her leave, but you know, the idea of striking her on the head was developed in the afternoon.
And what was that strike supposed to accomplish? In your mind, what was the intent of doing that?
Well, I thought I would be able to knock her out, and then I was going to strangle her.
Okay. So when you actually do strike her, what's the result?
Her skull gave way a little bit. Felt like, and there was a lot of blood, so I think that's what happened. She was immediately unconscious. And then I strangled her.
How'd you strangle her?
The same rope. Just put her on her neck
Okay.
while she was unconscious.
Now, what happened to the zip tie that was around her neck earlier?
I took it off. Around then, I guess.
Did you take it off before you put the rope around her neck, or after, or do you remember?
After she was dead.
Oh, okay. So the zip tie was around her neck while you used the rope?
Mhm.
Okay. Did you leave the rope around her neck?
No.
Okay. And how did you know she was dead?
She, well, her body stopped moving.
Okay. So what did you do after that?
I bound her up to a sort of fetal position. And cleaned up the floor.
Okay, so you bound her up. Are you referring to the duct tape that you talked about earlier?
Yeah.
Okay. So then what did you do?
I put her in the garage. It was very cold. And then I went into the base.
Okay. Why'd you go to the base?
Pardon me?
Why'd you go to the base?
Because I was flying early the next morning.
Okay. So what time did you leave to go to the base?
Well, I told you about between 9 and 10 or so.
On the Friday night?
Yep.
Okay. So you fly, and
Then I drove home to Ottawa.
so which night would you?
Saturday night.
So you land, and what time are you landing?
6:30.
Okay.
Saturday night.
Did you go by the house in Tweed on your way to Ottawa? Or?
No.
So you drove straight home to Ottawa? What time did you get there at? Do you remember?
Sometime before midnight, I can't quite remember, but I think I went in the office first, did some work. So I think I got home to Ottawa just before midnight, something like that. I think. Not sure. I slept for a little bit at the Tim Hortons in Brockville. So it might be later. I honestly can't remember when I got to Ottawa, but
Okay.
yeah, midnight-ish, Saturday.
Mm-hmm. So you get home, you're in Ottawa, what do? Go to bed or
Yeah.
stay up? Okay. So then what do you do the next day?
Well, my wife and I did some stuff. I can't remember what was going on that day. You know, putting together the new house. And I headed back to Tweed that night.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? Sorry. No, I didn't. I had Monday off. That's right. I had Monday off, and then I was visiting one of the units in Ottawa on Tuesday. So I didn't head back to Tweed till Tuesday night.
Okay. So you get back to Tweed, and what happens next?
I took Jessica's body to that spot.
Okay. That happened on Tuesday night? Just this past Tuesday, obviously. Okay. Do you remember what time that was?
It was pretty late. It was midnight-ish. I'd say between midnight and 1 on Wednesday morning.
Okay. What made you decide to measure that distance? That 0.7 kilometers?
That's just the way I am. Numbers. Have to know the numbers.
Okay. And how did you leave her?
I just left her tucked behind a fairly large rock.
Okay. Is that duct tape still on her?
Mhm.
And what else is on her?
A couple of towels wrapped around her head, and the top and pants. She was wearing jeans.
Okay. Did you ever go back there?
No.
Right. What other type of cleaning and things like that did you do? Anything else to kind of cover your tracks that you can think of?
I vacuumed the house and I wiped the floor, washed the floor.
Okay. What about your truck? Did you do anything with that?
Just washed today because it was a mess and vacuum.
Okay. So Marie Franz, when did it first occur to you to go to her house?
Well, probably in October. October, November, not quite sure, but somewhere in that time frame.
And do you remember why you thought to do that?
Well, you know, she had said she lived alone when the one time I met her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just trying to understand like why her versus the dozens of other women you probably come across on a daily basis.
I don't know. I went out there when she wasn't home just to see where she lived. And
When did you do that?
a couple of nights before.
How did you know her address?
There's a nominal roll for the basement.
Okay. So when you go out there a couple of nights before, do you remember what night that was? When you were there first time?
I don't, but it was within 2 or 3 nights, I think.
Okay.
Probably, well, no more than 4 anyway, something like that.
And did you actually go into her house on that occasion, or did you? Okay. So what happened that night? How'd you get into her house?
This window in the side of the basement, side window.
Okay. And just to back step a bit, how did you get to her house that first night you went there?
I drove.
What did you drive?
I think I drove my truck.
Okay.
Pathfinder.
Do you remember where you parked it?
Yep, I parked it, there's a bit of a division in the residential areas there. I parked it on another side. 600-700 meters away.
Okay. So not on her street, on a different street? Do you remember what street you parked on?
No, but it's actually might be the same street, but there's an interruption in the street where there's a construction zone, so there's a pathway in between, so I think it's probably the same street.
Okay. So you go to her house, and when you went there that night, did you know that she was away?
I'm not sure if I knew entirely, but I think I thought she was away.
Okay. Is that based on her schedule, or how would you know that?
Well, because I fly with the squadron, I have access to the schedule, and
Okay.
it's a slightly different schedule she has, but that's probably how I know.
You don't know for sure?
I think that's probably how I know.
Okay. So you go to her house,
Mhm.
and what do you do that night, the first night?
I looked around and make sure that she was living there alone.
And I'm sorry, did you say, I can't remember if you said, how did you get in?
Same way. It's about side basement window.
Side basement window? Okay. Do you remember what kind of window it is? Like what made it,
Well, I just noticed it was, the flashlight, I could see that it was not locked. It had been opened slightly. So I removed the screen, slid it open, went in.
okay. So you go in and you're in her house, figuring out she lives alone, and do you do anything that night?
Yeah, I was playing with her underwear.
You mean playing with her underwear?
Wearing it.
Okay. Doing anything else?
No, I didn't touch her stuff.
What do you mean you didn't touch her stuff? I mean, you touched her underwear, but...
Yeah.
So-
But nothing else.
Okay. Did you take any of the underwear with you that night?
Yeah, a few pieces.
And where did you find the underwear when you went in?
Your drawer.
Was it clean? Was it used? Or,
Clean.
anything else you can remember doing that evening that you?
No.
All right. So, after that first visit, did you return again before meeting up with her?
No.
Okay. So, which day did you go to her house when she was there?
Well, the night before I went to Ottawa, so I think that was Monday night.
All right. So let's walk through that. What time do you think you got there?
About 11 or so, probably. 10:30, 11.
Okay.
Yeah, so she was on the phone in her room. I could hear that from the backyard. I got in through the side window.
The same basement window?
Mhm.
How could you hear from the backyard? What was?
Just hear her on the phone. From beside the house. Could hear her through the walls that she was on the phone.
Okay. Any idea who she was talking to or what she was talking about?
No, couldn't hear that well.
Okay. So you go in through the basement window. And what are you wearing when this is happening?
A sweatshirt and Dockers, I guess. And the 2 pieces on my head.
Okay. And where are those 2 pieces now? Pieces that you wore on the head?
They're probably in my bag, in my luggage bag in Edison, the bedroom.
What does your luggage bag look like?
It's a blue duffel bag type thing. It's right beside the bed.
Okay. Is it the only blue duffel bag in your bedroom?
Mhm.
And these pieces, what do they look like again?
It's a blue headband,
Okay.
standard blue, winter headband, and black skull cap type thing.
Okay. Any insignias or anything on them?
Yeah, there are, but I don't know what they are. The blue headband has something stitched, a name of some sort stitched on it. And the skull cap has some sort of emblem, white emblem on the black. Don't know what it is.
Are they like sports emblems or company emblems or?
It's the manufacturer's.
Okay. Anything else in that blue duffel bag?
I don't think so.
Is it full of things other than?
Just my clothes.
Okay. So you go in, do you remember what you had on your feet?
In the house there?
When you went to Marie France's house?
No, I don't. Probably running shoes. There wasn't snow on the ground.
So you go in and you're in the basement. And whereabouts in the basement are you?
By the furnace.
Okay. And what are you doing? What's your sort of plan at that point?
I was waiting for her to go to bed.
Okay. And how long did that take?
Well, she didn't. Because then she came down looking for the cat.
All right. And what happens next?
Well, as I described, I subdued her. Gave her the flashlight. But essentially wrestled her to the ground and tied her up.
Okay. And what did you use to tie her up?
Same rope, green rope. It's in tweed.
Is it just green, or like, how long is this piece of rope?
It's probably 20 feet. It's a boat rope. It's got some red specks in it, I think.
Okay. Is there lots of ropes in tweed, or is this probably the only rope?
No, there are two lengths.
2 lengths of the same green rope? And were they both used?
Well, I only ever had one with me, so I don't know if I used the same piece both times or not, but only 2 lengths of rope.
Okay. So you tie her up. How did you tie her up after you subdued her? Okay. And what is she wearing at that point?
She wasn't wearing anything to start with.
So when she came down to the basement, she had no clothes on?
Mm-hmm. She had some sort of a shawl over her shoulder.
Okay.
And she immediately dropped when she saw me.
Did she say anything when she saw you?
She did. She called out, "You bastard."
Okay. And then what happened?
Then I subdued her as I described.
By hitting her with that red flashlight?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Although they were more glancing blows. Cut her skin, but weren't doing much else.
Okay.
She fell over, and then I subdued her. She tripped.
How did you tie her at that point? Like, I know you used the rope, but what did you tie her up like?
Just told her to put her, I pulled her hands behind her back and just tied her wrists together.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
Then I took her upstairs.
Did she go upstairs under her own power, or did you carry her?
No, she passed out on the stairs, and then I carried her up.
Why do you think she passed out?
I expect from the hits to her head.
So you carried her up to where?
To her bedroom, put her on the bed.
Okay. And then what happened?
Well, as I described, I think she's on the bed. I raped her over a period of time.
Okay. And again, just to be specific, what sex acts took place?
Just vaginal.
Your penis and her vagina?
Yep.
Any condom used?
No.
Did you ejaculate?
No.
Did you ejaculate at any point with her?
No.
Okay. But just before I forget, I think I asked you, don't mean to bounce around on you here, Russ, but with Jessica, I asked you about ejaculation. You said you didn't at that point. When did you ejaculate with Jessica?
The second time or third time that I had her for oral sex.
And was that at her residence or yours?
Hers.
Okay. Any other times that you ejaculated with her?
No.
Okay. When you ejaculated with Jessica, did you use anything to clean up, or?
No.
No? What happened to the ejaculate?
She swallowed it.
So getting back to Marie France, it's just straight vaginal sex, no condom, no ejaculation. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. How long does that go for? Like, how long were you engaged in that activity?
Well, hour and a half, 2 hours, I guess.
Okay. And then what happens next?
Well, as I described, I suffocated her using duct tape.
Why did you decide to do that?
Well, again, because of the pictures. As I described to you, it would have, it was going to be a pretty straight line back to Tweed.
Okay. But why did you decide to use that method versus something else?
Just- I had thought about strangling her earlier. That's on the video.
What is?
My, well, it was a short-lived attempt because she struggled quite a bit. And then I decided that I needed to suffocate her.
So it was a short-lived attempt at strangling her? And what's on the video, the suffocation or the strangling?
Well, just me putting my hand on her throat. And then her responding, you know, no surprise, very aggressively.
Okay. Any videos of the suffocation part or pictures of that? Now, you mentioned that you brought the rope with you. Where did the duct tape come from?
I brought it.
Okay. And what did you do with it afterwards?
I think it stayed in Tweed.
What color of duct tape are we talking about? I know it comes in a variety of colors, but
Gray.
great. So before the suffocation, obviously, how long do you think you were with her from the point, well, how long do you think you were in that house from the point you went in that window to the point you left?
Probably 4 hours.
Okay. So, correct me if I'm wrong, did you say you got there at 11? Or around 11?
I think that's right.
Okay. So you left around 3 in the morning?
Well, I was in the basement for quite a while before she came down. Right? She wasn't going to bed. So I was probably in the basement for 30, 40 minutes.
Okay.
So by the time she saw me, it was probably closer to midnight.
All right.
But I didn't have a watch on, so I'm not sure.
Any gloves?
I don't think so.
Did you wear gloves with Jessica?
Only to get in the house. It was a very cold night.
And what about the 2 women in Tweed?
No gloves.
So while you're with Marie Franz, what kind of conversations are taking place? Anything she said to you stick out in your mind?
No, then I taped her mouth. There's no conversation.
Okay. When did you tape her mouth?
As soon as I got her up to the bedroom.
Why did you decide to do that?
because she was quite aggressive.
In what way?
I was confident she would have screamed, given the chance.
What way
But
was
she did initially,
Did she?
in the basement.
So in what way was she aggressive?
Well, just in, when she discovered me, she was very vocal, screamed quite a bit, until I'd subdued her, so I expected she would scream again, given the chance.
Okay. Do you remember how you left her residence?
Back door. Patio door.
Okay. Did you take anything with you that night?
Some of her underwear.
Anything else?
No.
All right. Did you do anything else to try and cover your tracks with Marie France?
Well, I had turned off my BlackBerry before I left Trenton. Other than that, no.
Do you remember trying to destroy any kind of evidence there, or anything that you thought may have produced evidence or anything?
Oh, I took her sheets off the bed and ran them through the laundry.
Okay. Like the laundry where?
In her house.
Okay. Did you run them completely through? Did you wait for it to finish, or?
No, I just put them in and put a whole bunch of bleach in and let it go.
Okay. So the night you went to her house and got there at 11, you came from where? Like you said, you left Trenton. You
Yeah.
turned off your BlackBerry. You talking about the base, or are you talking about where did you leave to go to her house?
Well, no, I just turned off my BlackBerry before I left the Trenton area. I would have left from the base after work.
All right. When did you what time do you think you turned your BlackBerry off?
Well, it's only a half-hour drive to Brighton, so probably in the 9:30 range.
Okay. Do you remember what time you would have turned it back on?
And I was back on the 401 heading to Ottawa the next morning.
What time would that have been?
So 6 plus or minus 30 minutes.
Okay. So you leave her house 3-ish.
No, I think it was later than that. So the 4 hours obviously was. I think I went in about 11. Was in the basement for quite a while. Probably left her house closer to 4:30, somewhere there.
Okay. And where do you go?
I drove to Ottawa.
Straight to Ottawa?
Yeah.
Did you go by your house in Tweed or anything, or did you just go straight?
No.
Remember what route you took?
Yeah. 401, but from her place, I think I went straight north on whatever the road is that goes straight through Brighton up to the 401, hit the 401 and headed east.
Okay. And so you're going to, what's the meeting you're having that day in Ottawa? Remind me.
It's a meeting on the C-17 acquisition project.
Okay. And who ran that meeting?
The project manager, Miss Sue Hale.
Okay. Is that the only meeting around that time period you would have went to on that issue with Sue Hale? There wasn't like a weekly meeting or anything like that? Okay.
No, this is sort of a quarterly.
All right. So the night this happened, where did you park that night?
as I said, across the gravel, little roadway, it's probably the same road.
Okay. Similar location to the first night?
Yep.
All right. Same vehicle?
Yeah, truck.
Okay. All right. Okay, let's talk about seeing as we're going backwards in time here, why don't we talk about the second incident in Tweed? With Lori Massacati. One that's at 76 Cozy Cove. How did you decide on her?
I knew she lived alone. That's it.
And how did you know that?
She lived 3 doors down and didn't know her, but I knew she was pretty lone. She had a boyfriend and hadn't been around. So. You know, looked in the window and she was alone.
So she had a boyfriend, but he wasn't too frequent? Okay.
Well, he was. She told me that they were fighting, so that's why he hadn't been there.
Okay. So, did you look in her house before the night that this incident happened, or when did you do that?
I had been in within the week, probably a couple of nights earlier.
What did you do that night?
I looked around to see if there are any permanent signs of her boyfriend, I guess. Took 1 or 2 pieces of her underwear. That's all.
Okay. So the night you go there, when the incident happens, do you remember what time that was?
It was pretty late. I probably got into the house around midnight. She was asleep on the couch. Well, I didn't know that, but I knew she was in there.
And how did you get in, sorry?
Window in the back of the house. There's a little sunroom.
Was it just something you had to slide, or how did you
I had
get
to
that?
remove the screen and slide it up.
Okay.
So I got into the house and she was asleep in front of the TV.
Wearing anything on your face that night?
Yep, same things.
Okay. The headband and the cap? Okay. What kind of clothes did you have on?
Just dark sweatshirt or pants.
Right. So she's asleep on the couch, you're in there, and then what happens?
We have been through this, eh?
I know.
I struck her with the flashlight, thinking it would knock her out. It didn't. We struggled. I subdued her. Took some pictures. Left. It's probably in the house about 2.5 hours.
It's a pretty short description for 2.5 hours.
Well, we talked. I told her I wasn't going to hurt her. I told her that there were other guys in the house robbing her. My job was just to control her.
What did she say to that?
was scared. Worried she was going to be seriously hurt.
Did she say that, or did you just assume that?
No, no, she said that. She was worried she was going to be killed. I said, I'm not going to kill him.
What did you do with, you said you took pictures of her, clothed, unclothed?
Both. Clothed initially and then unclothed.
Are you in any of those pictures?
I don't think so.
You just took them of her? What kind of camera are you using, by the way? What,
It's a digital Sony.
you just have the one camera?
Yeah. And the video camera.
Also, they're two separate?
Yeah.
Some cameras take video, right? And where is the camera and the video camera?
In Tweed.
Is it the only camera and video camera in that house?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So you take pictures of her, and how do you end up leaving? Like you,
I just told her to, I don't know, count or wait for a number of minutes before she called the police.
okay. And did you leave immediately, or did you stay there for a while,
Oh, no, I left.
see what she was going to do, or?
I left.
And where do you go?
Home.
Straight home?
Mhm.
Did you wait to see if the police showed up or anything, or?
Nope. Well, I mean, it's,
So what did you do when you got
a
home?
couple hundred feet. I went to sleep.
Okay. And what did you do the next day?
Went to work. Normal time.
Okay.
A couple hours later.
All right. Do you remember how her clothing was removed?
Well, because her hands were tied behind her back, I think I cut off her top and then pulled off her bottom.
What did you use to cut her top?
I can't remember if it was a knife or like a folding X-Acto knife or Leatherman or one of the two.
Are these items that are in your house in Tweed?
Yep.
Okay. Was there ever any other time you used a knife to cut off clothing or anything else? Do you remember?
I cut off Jessica's top with a knife. So her hands were tied behind her back. That's all.
Okay. And where's that knife? Which knife did you use that time?
That was the Leatherman.
That was leather?
Tweed.
Is it the only Leatherman in Tweed?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So on the 16th of September, when you went in that night, was that the first time you'd been in her house?
Yep.
Okay. And why her?
Just because I'd seen her and she was cute. That's it.
Okay. So there was no, you didn't go into her house before that night?
No.
All right. So you go in, and how'd you get into her house?
Side window. The was not locked. Cut the screen, slid the window, crawled in.
Okay. And what you wearing?
Same. Sweatshirt, dark pants.
And the same hat and.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And where do you find?
In bed, asleep.
And what do you do?
Stood over her for a while, and I hit her on the left side of her head, just with my hand. Just woke her up. We struggled. You know, just lay on her. And very much like I described a little bit ago, took off her, pulled her top down, and took off her pants, took some pictures, left.
Do you remember her saying anything to you?
Yes.
What did she say to you?
All kinds of things. You know, she had a young baby just next door, the other room, 8 months or so. She was obviously concerned about the baby, concerned for herself. I assured her I was not going to hurt her. Physically, anyway.
Any underwear taken from or Audrey?
Yep, both.
And where would they be located?
In tweed.
And why are they in tweed as opposed to Marie Franz and Jessica's underwear?
I don't know.
Do you remember how much of their underwear you took?
Not very much from Lori.
Did they know that you took their underwear?
I don't know.
You didn't discuss it with them or anything? So where in tweed would their underwear be?
In the there's a laundry room area,
Okay.
just between the house and the garage.
Right? So where in that laundry room area would they be kept?
There's a cupboard up top. They're in a duffel bag.
What's the duffel bag look like?
It's a green army duffel bag.
Okay. Are they all in the same duffel bag? Is there anything else in that duffel bag?
Just underwear.
Okay. When these pictures are looked at, you talked about being in Marie Franz's underwear on the first night you went in. Did you take photographs of that?
Yep.
What about anybody else's underwear?
Yep. Photos.
Of you in their underwear?
Mm-hmm.
And where were those photos taken?
Well, sometimes in Marie France's case, in her house. The others in my house.
In tweed?
Mm-hmm.
So is this a matter you would take the underwear, go back, and then at some point put the underwear on and take pictures? What about Jessica's underwear?
She's only her, right?
So you don't have pictures of you in her underwear?
No.
All right. Okay. Well, I guess I just have a couple of questions for you. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be more questions, but I guess what's on my mind right now, Russ, is what made you decide to tell me this tonight?
Mostly to make my wife's life easier.
Is what you've told me tonight the truth?
Yeah.
How do you feel about what you've done? Like what?
Disappointed.
Let me ask you this: if this didn't come to the point it's at right now, if for whatever reason you didn't end up on our radar, so to speak, do you think it would have happened again?
I was hoping not, but I can't answer the question.
Okay. Not too much here, Russ, just a few details that I wanted to cover off, and specifically dealing with Marie France. In the basement of her house, there's a hole in the drywall. Do you recall how that happened?
Whereabouts?
I don't know specifically, but it's downstairs.
I don't remember that. No.
Okay. Do you remember doing anything with her in the basement where you may have used some clothing or something to secure her?
Yeah, I tied her up against one of the poles in the basement initially. I went outside and put the screen back on and secured the window.
Okay. While she was tied to the pole?
Yep.
And what was your thinking behind doing that at that point?
Just to cover up how I'd come in.
Okay. Now, by the time she's tied to that pole, is that in the very initial few minutes kind of thing of the confrontation, or?
That was shortly after I'd subdued her and tied her up, yes.
Okay. Does she have the duct tape on her mouth yet?
I think probably.
Okay.
The pictures will show it.
All right. Now, in the upstairs bathroom, by her bedroom, there's looks like something's occurred in there. Do you remember that?
Yep.
What happened there?
She had passed out on the bed, and I had gone to look out the front window, see if anybody was coming. And she got up and closed the bedroom door and raced into the bathroom trying to get somebody's attention. But her mouth was taped and her hands were tied.
Okay. What did you do as a result of that?
Well, I just got in and subdued her again and got her back into the bedroom. Didn't do anything, just regained control of her.
Okay. If I remember correctly, there's a bit of blood in there. Do you know where that blood would have, how that would have occurred?
All the blood was from the initial hits as I was trying to subdue her.
Okay.
Her skin breaking with the blows to her head.
Okay. Do you recall blood being in the bathroom?
No, actually, I didn't have the light on in there, but it didn't surprise me.
Okay. There's a pair of underwear and some socks on the floor of that bathroom that belonged to her. Do you remember how they got there? Do you remember seeing them?
See them.
Okay. What do you recall doing to her breasts? It's pretty clear that there was something happened to her breasts. Do you remember what that might have been?
No, I certainly touched her breasts. I didn't do anything to hurt them.
I remember that.
No.
Okay. All right. Well, Russ.
Now, when I suffocated her, she was on her front. So may have been something there, but,
What do you mean?
well, she was lying on the floor in the bedroom as I suffocated her and obviously struggled. May have been in there that something happened, but I didn't do anything specific to her breasts.
Okay. So when you suffocate her, that's when you have the duct tape over her mouth and nose?
Mhm.
And that's on the floor?
Yep.
And then what happens after that?
Well, she died, and I and took the duct tape off her head and put her on the bed and covered her up with duvet.
Okay. And what was your thinking behind doing that?
Nothing really.
As you might expect here, Russ, certainly even now, one of the Ottawa investigators mentioned to me that there's a number of incidents that have gone unsolved over the years.
Can I was going to get into that. Can I go to the washroom quickly?
Yeah, I can get somebody to take you to the washroom. Okay.
Okay, I think that's where we'll stop tonight. But wacky, right? Yeah, he killed the two women, and then the other two women, one had a baby, and the other woman didn't have a baby. He didn't kill them, but then he escalated to the killing. And before that, he went into 62 residences where he would take pictures of himself, or he took the underwear, the lingerie. There were things that he even went into that 12-year-old's room and put stuff on him and took pictures and did stuff on the bed with himself and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So they're going to start asking him about these other, when they say unsolved break-ins and stuff where people have, no, he's never seen this. Can you believe, too, Scooter? He is an interview virgin. He probably hasn't seen a lot of stuff. He didn't come from the true crime community, Scooter. You remember from whence he came. Okay, so your internet went out? Oh, heavens to Betsy. But we'll watch more about it next time. Now, I just want to tell you some things about him before we go and do the word cookie, and then we leave. But there's some things I want you to know about this guy. There are some things I want you to know about this guy. Okay, I told you, I don't know if you were all here, okay? He was born in England. His family immigrated to Canada when he was 5. He was born in 1963, and they moved to Canada when he was 1968. His father worked in a nuclear research laboratory. His father was an author, just a big disciplinarian, and he would ridicule the mother, like he would insult his wife in public. He was that kind of a guy. He was loud, authoritative figure, right? And they got a divorce, as a matter of course, his parents, in 1969. So they came to Canada in 68, and by 1969, his mother filed for divorce because the father had an affair with another couple that they met with the woman. So she filed for divorce. And then she got married to someone else. So, okay, so you're talking about his early life, right? He's born in England. They moved to Canada. But the weird thing is, they met another couple Jerry and Marilyn Savkas, and the father, this guy's father, had an affair with Marilyn Savkas, and his mother files for divorce because of that, but then she ends up marrying Jerry. And she changed her name from Christine to Nani. And by 7, he didn't even, he had his stepfather's name. Isn't that interesting? Russ Savka. Somehow he moved back to Williams, but like I said, he was a well-behaved child. He was polite, shy, reliable, self-disciplined, and a fastidious teenager, it is said. He went to high school in Toronto, and he did everything you would, he was a newspaper boy. He took music lessons. He played the piano. He played the trumpet. But then in 1979, another big move, this time to South Korea. So his stepfather was recruited to oversee a nuclear reactor project. And then a year after that, in 1980, he moved back. He had one brother who was a couple years younger than him. They moved back to Toronto, and they went to an elite boarding school, Upper Canada College. And he participated in not only sports, he participated in drama and music. And then in 82, and I'm trying to think, in 82, hold on a minute, because he was born in 63. He should have gone in 81 to college, but he went into college in 82. He went to study politics and economics at University of Toronto. And when he was there, that's when he dropped that Savka name and went back to Williams. And then he started to learn to fly. And then this is interesting. He began a relationship, of course, a very intimate relationship, a love relationship with a woman from Japan. And when they broke up, when he was in his 4th year of college, he was distraught. He tried to save the relationship, it failed, and then he became so depressed he just withdrew, didn't date anybody else, and he stayed single for a number of years. When he was at the college, he didn't have much contact with his family members. He didn't talk a lot about them. He seemed to be a loner, and so he was just kind of withdrawn. Maybe you could call him an introvert or whatever. He just was not, and it's not that rare that men, there's a lot of men that act like that. Anyway, his stepfather moved to become chief engineer of the Canada-France-Hawaii telescope, and that's an observing facility, and it's located in Mauna Kea. It's a dormant volcano on the island of Hawaii. So now they're over there in Hawaii. And meanwhile, his biological father, Williams, he remarried, and then he moved to Schenectady, New York, and he worked for General Electric. So his family's all over the place. It's like a lot of moving around, right? England to Canada to South Korea to then, his parents are in, mother and stepfather in Hawaii. His father's back in New York. It's all over the place. He did, even though he was kind of a loner, he developed a little bit of a reputation for being a jokester. And this is interesting because he hid in that Marie's basement, and he got known for that, hiding in closets for extended periods of time, only to jump out and surprise roommates. Now, a lot of people do stuff like that. That's a prankster, right? But I guess given what he went on to do, it's troubling, right? Because he's like, was he testing stuff out? Like, did he have a more sinister motive other than just, trying to be funny or, whatever? It's just weird after what he did, right? He also was like really adept at putting together and taking apart door locks that he needed to do for his prank. So when he would go, I guess, in other roommates, he would get into their room. So it was more than just, hiding in the shower to scare your brother or your sister, whatever. He was actually getting into locked rooms like that, whether it was at the boarding school or the college or whatever. He was doing it. And other things he did. He actually, after he got his degree from college, he lived alone in a basement apartment in Scarborough, and he worked part-time waiting tables at where? At a lobster restaurant called Red Lobster. And this is interesting. There was a movie, you probably wouldn't get it if you've guessed a million times now, that he watched over and over and over again. And it had Tom Cruise in it. Do you know what it is? It was Tom Cruise in Top Gun. And I guess he became kind of a little bit obsessed with that. And he wanted, I guess, to live out that fantasy for real. And he decided he was going to be a jet fighter. And he thought he'd win back that Japanese girl. He was given an offer to work with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, but he said no, he didn't want to do that. He enrolled in the Canadian Forces in 1987, and he got his flying wings in 1990. And that's when he was posted to CFB Portage La Prairie in Manitoba, and he served 2 years as a flying instructor. He was promoted to captain in 91, but I guess he got over the Japanese girl, and it didn't work out that way because he met someone else, and they got married in 1991, and that is Mary Elizabeth Harriman. They had a very nice ceremony in Winnipeg, and she was a graduate of the University of Guelph with a degree in applied science, and she later got a master's degree at St. Francis Xavier University in Nova Scotia. And then he was posted to CFB Shearwater in Nova Scotia. And in 94, he got transferred to Ottawa, where he transported VIPs and those high-ranking government officials, foreign dignitaries. Remember Queen Elizabeth and all that? Yeah. He was promoted to major in November, and he got a Master's of Defense Studies from the Royal Military College in 2004. Now think about that, 2004. His escapades breaking into homes started in 2007. So he was very busy, with his education, with moving up in his career, and all of that. His thesis argued for a preemptive war in Iraq. In June of 2004, he was promoted to lieutenant colonel, and in July, he was appointed to commanding officer. From December of 2005 to May of 2006,
He served as the commanding officer of Camp Mirage, a covert logistics facility in Dubai. So now he's in Dubai, right? And this is all, remember, 2007 is the start of his criminal activity, right? In June of 2006, he goes back to Canada, and he was posted to the Director of Air Requirements at the National Defense Headquarters. So guess what happens? When he goes back to Canada, he has chronic pain, and they start prescribing him a whole bunch of drugs, including prednisone, and acquaintances later said that he'd been taking prednisone since he returned from Dubai, and that the pain of the medications that that he had that helped get rid of that contributed to his insomnia. So now he's not sleeping, taking a myriad of medications, and now they're going to sell their house. Well, here's when he gets in his life of stealing panties. I don't know what is going on, but this is crazy, right? So they sell their house, and they buy a new townhouse in Ottawa's trendy Westboro Village. His wife, Mary Elizabeth, had become an associate executive director with the Heart and Stroke Foundation of Canada. And they spent their weekends together in Ottawa, but during the week, he lived alone in that cottage in Tweed. Now, that cottage in Tweed is where he brought Jessica Lloyd back and spent almost 24 hours with her in that cottage in Tweed, where he left her alone, left her dead in the garage. And that cottage in Tweed gave him some freedom. So that is right about the time that the burglaries, the stealing of the panties, the pictures, all of that started to happen in 2007. And so that's interesting. So he is staying in Tweed. So he's got a lot of time on his hands, right? He's living alone. And in 2008, he doesn't have any children, but an 18-year-old cat had to be put down. And apparently that seemed like a really, really painful loss for him. And people that knew him, after he was arrested and they started to interview and talk about him, they said that he was very, very distressed about the loss of his cat, and that he mentioned it many times in his subsequent police interrogation, which we will see. But you know what? That happened in 2008. And that's not the catalyst, because he was breaking into homes in 2007, and Curio was still alive. That was the cat's name. So yeah, that's not the catalyst for what this is, the cat, okay? A lot of people get upset when a pet dies. It's a normal reaction when you have a pet, especially a pet of 18 years and you don't have any children. That was probably like a child. I don't know why they're picking that. That is definitely not the catalyst for this. That's kind of a normal reaction. Okay. Him and his wife, like I said, while they didn't have kids together, they did do things together. They liked golf. They liked to golf together. They did gardening projects, and they purchased that cottage in Tweed in 2004. He was described as a good photographer. He also liked to fish, and he was a runner. So it ended up that his relationship with his parents, he was closer to his dad. Now, remember, his dad was this authoritative guy, and he would, be loud, and he embarrassed the mother, and then he was divorced, but he ended up being closer to the father than to the mother. That's just the way it is, and okay. Now, his mother got divorced from the other guy
in 2001. And when she did that, he cut off any relationship with his mother and with his brother. Now, guess what? His brother is a doctor in Bowmanville, Ontario. And then his stepfather went to France after they were divorced. So his mother was a physiotherapist in Toronto. 2001, she gets a divorce. He then says, I don't want to see you or my brother again. So there's something going on there, right? I think that's highly, probably more of something than the cat. But anyway, he cuts off ties. That's his only brother. Of course, that's his only mother. And he cuts off ties with them. So, very strange. And stepfather goes to France. And that he had no criminal activity before 2007. But that's when 2007, guess what? The break-ins that happened first happened near the Tweed Cottage. And then they were near that Ottawa home, the one that he and his wife got, right? The one that he didn't want the police to ruin everything. The one that got him to confess because he didn't want his wife's beautiful home that was her dream to be destroyed. Because the wife's going to worry about it. He's worried about destroying the wife's home when he is literally destroying the wife's entire life, right? Everything she knew with this guy, okay? I mean, just his thinking is so distorted. He's telling them, I don't want my wife's beautiful home destroyed. Well, everything is destroyed. Okay, it's just so crazy that he would even say that. He had plans of action that he did. He scoped out people's homes. When he found out women lived alone, he would go by, he would sneak in, he would go into there. Now, there's a lot of stuff that came out in court about this. Like I said, there were many, many pictures of him dressing in the lingerie. You haven't seen that yet. So I do want to study the trial. I want to go back and listen to more of the interview. But, yeah, I mean, he did, some really gross things. He broke into the home that had a 12-year-old girl, and he spent almost 3 hours there posing around in the girl's underwear, the 12-year-old's underwear, standing in front of a mirror, putting clothing across his junk, okay, laying on her bed, playing with his junk. Then he went to a 15-year-old girl, and he was over there playing with his junk while holding a stuffed animal, a stuffed bear. Yeah. There were other photos of him where he was kissing lingerie and underwear and licking it. And this is really gross, so gross. But you can imagine that some of it was stained. Okay, gross, disgusting. Yeah. And a lot of these victims didn't even know or report these, invasions or whatever you want to call them, because they didn't even know. Because he was coming in just to get that stuff, take pictures, and he wasn't breaking windows and stuff. Remember, he was very good at getting into places. So, he would do that sometimes in some houses more than once. If he was able to get in and he could know the person's schedule and he could get in and out and he had time, he went in more than once. And he kept, I remember he said he's a numbers guy, he kept records of what he did, okay? And he had computer memory cards full of stuff. He had hard drives full of stuff. And he left notes. And he left the note Merci on one girl's computer. And then sometimes he left behind stuff he used to take care of himself for them. And then he got a little more brave, right? And he would go into homes, and sometimes the people were there, and he was watching them shower. They were unaware, and he was playing with his junk while he was doing that. And he was doing, like, I guess he thought good because he did it 62 times without getting caught. And then he jumped to the next level, and that's the ones you just heard about, the woman with the baby, and then the other woman. And then after that, that's when he killed Marie France. And then he went on and he killed Lloyd, Jessica Lloyd. And that's why this investigator just asked them, if we didn't put this together, if we didn't, figure this out, do you think it would have happened again? And he said, well, I would like to think it wouldn't, but I don't know. I can't answer that. Okay, so that's just a little look at his early life up to then, and we'll listen to more, and I want to get some more about the trial and exactly what came out at trial, because it's really crazy. Jimmy asked me to, he's like, did you ever cover this? I said, I talked about this, we talked about this, and I did watch like this on my own, and it was a while ago, but I don't think I did it the way I would like to do it here. So yeah, I'm probably going to put this in its own video, but maybe tomorrow we'll do something exclusively to this. But now you know what it's time for. It's time for word cookies. And let's see here. Yes, thank you in French. Merci. Yeah, that I do know. Merci beaucoup. Okay. Oh, yes. I said that he was a highly decorated officer. White Angel, you should have gotten your little self in here earlier. Right? You know this case inside and out? We'll be doing it tomorrow, too. Serious double life. Yeah, well, everybody was wondering how he got into the underwear. The trial was interesting. Yeah, and I'm going to go over it because I didn't follow that little lady. Little lady? I'm going to follow it. And sick. Yeah. Oh no, I did the wrong thing. Oh no, I did the wrong thing. I've got to go back. I think that's how I missed a daily once, because I did that instead of a daily. Leaden? Nope. I tried. No. Ended, yeah, that's good. Hi. Got it. I did it. We did it in a minute. Not exactly in a minute. Oh, brother, you guys. Okay. Well, that's it. We'll do more about him tomorrow. But thank you so much for watching. White Angel, did you ever get your cord hooked up in your laptop? I know Snow Remover was asking about memberships, and you've had a long time to get that going. Did you ever get it going? All right, we will see you tomorrow. Everybody be good. And what else? Anything else? Yeah, just be good, be kind. Prayers for everyone that needs them. There's so many people hurting. God bless everyone, and be good. I love you guys. I'll see you later. Be nice. Be good people.